Well, hello, everyone. Welcome in. Tonight, we are talking about the case of Jack and Lilly Sullivan from Pictou County, Nova Scotia. Last night, the stepfather, Daniel Martell, did nearly a 10-hour interview on our Fringe channel, It's a Criming Shame. And boy, Daniel really was comfortable. He continues to make it worse for him. He's not a Superman, he's a red flag in a cape. Tonight, in this multi part live stream, we are going to go over the really bad inconsistencies that jumbles up the timeline that's not actually possible, and how he is clarifying his countless accounts of what he says what happened, how he's never did anything wrong, and his superhero complex that when all actuality he doesn't need a cape, he needs consequences. There's a lot to talk about tonight on the other side of this.
I've walked through storms in scars and grace, smile through pain with a painted face. They call me too loud, too much, too strong. But honey, that's the reason I belong. Every scar's a scripture, every tear's a hymn. I found my worth where the light grew dim. They tried to break me, but here's a twist. I turned my pain into a clenched fist. I'm an unbreakable woman, born of fire and pearl. I shine like grace in a reckless world. You can test my faith, you can shake my plan, but I'll rise again. Just watch me I've been whispered about and written off, judged by the gloss, not the cause. But God don't build weak hearts from gold. He made me fierce and he made me bold. I bend, I pray, I roar, I rise with mascara, tears and battle cries. Don't need your crown, I forge my own. From ashes, honey, I build my throne. I'm an unbreakable stone, dressed in truth and pearls. The fire don't scare me, it lights my world. You can doubt my voice,
Happy Mother's Day, everyone. Hit that thumbs up as you're rolling in.
Coming in clutch, better tighten the pearls. Dropping cold facts, got the truth for the world. No smoke, no fluff, just the real that we trust. Hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch. Coming in clutch.
Well, happy Mother's Day to each and every single one of you guys out there. Thank you all so much for joining me. Really do appreciate your time. Today is Mother's Day, May 10th, 2026. It is currently 5:30 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States. Bonjour. Hello, beautiful pearls. Good to see you all. Hopefully, you guys are all having an amazing day wherever you are. Hopefully, your Mother's Day has went well. Happy Mother's Day to each and every single one of you, whether you are a mom, a grandma, an auntie, a foster parent, a dad, whoever you are. Happy Mother's Day to you. And I pray it's the best one yet so far. So good to see you guys. I was planning on going live again last night about Jack and Lilly Sullivan. And as soon as I got offline, I checked my messages and they said, Mr. Daniel from Jack and Lilly Sullivan's case, the stepfather. I use that term very loosely because A, he's not married, and two, he's not much of a father. But we'll get to all of that. But he was over on Sunny's channel. Sunny hasn't been live in a long time, and she did a live stream last night with Daniel. It ended up being, I think, 10 hours, something, 9 hours and 40 minutes. And so we're not going to, I'm going to skip through a lot of it, but it's still going to be a multi-part series. If you want to watch it all without my commentary, link is obviously provided in the description for that. I appreciate Sunny for, bringing Daniel up. Daniel was very comfortable with her, and some of the things, guys, that he says is so arrogant. I can't even begin to tell you how bad it is. And he also goes over the timelines and some things that he says in the timeline that he's clarifying. Again, who's clarifying after over a year that 2 children have been missing. Go figure, right? Go figure. Thank you, Miss Adele. Good to see you. Lady for Justice, hello. Hello, Miss Joyous. Good to see you. Joyous was up late last night. I was like, wow, I can't believe Joyous is up this late. I apologize to her already because you're probably going to see Sassy Justin today. I'm just saying. MZ, good to see you, my friend. Just Josie, hello. It was totally outlandish. And I want to thank Sunny and the mods because they were letting us speak our mind. And I certainly spoke it last night. Certainly spoke it last night. Yeah. So, oh, he leaked like a sieve. He leaked like a sieve, Captain. He sure did. Leslie, good to see you, my friend. How you doing? Lady for Justice, bonjour. Miss Queen, who was he live on? He was live on Sunny's channel. It's a criming shame. Link is provided in the description for you guys as well. Arrogance and narcissism at its finest. Painfully secondhand embarrassment full of arrogance and narcissism, in my opinion. Payne, good to see you, my friend. Tony, hello. Mama Angie, good to see you. Gypsy Flo, bonjour. We're going to be bringing up the documents, text messages, things that he has said before, things that Miss Malaya has said before. But Peggy, good to see you. You guys know that I do not support either one of the parents because, again, I don't think good people lie on a 4 and a 6-year-old. That's how I feel. But after listening to Daniel last night for multiple hours, I can run women of Pictou County, run women of Canada, run for the fucking hills. I could not imagine living with that man for any amount of time. Not a second. Not a second. Couldn't imagine. Oh my God. It's so bad. And I've got a lot to say on that. So much for keeping Daniel in his mouth shut. Well, I think it's very interesting now how it feels like there's some movement in this case, and Daniel has unrelated charges pending against him with SA and confinement, I believe the other charge is, and how he is not able to accept accountability at all. He wants to come off as life is perfect. Life was perfect for Jack and Lilly. Life was, pretty much perfect for Daniel and Malaya. Whenever we could see life is not perfect for any of us. We're all flawed. We all make mistakes. But the way Daniel makes it seem, in this interview, Sonny asked him, do you hold any responsibility for Jack and Lilly going missing that morning? He said, no, this is going to sound like a narcissistic thing to say, but I don't, and puts it all on Malaya. He is delusions of grandeur, for sure. So I don't support either one of them because I don't think good people lie on a 4 and a 6-year-old that's missing when they claim that they care. But I think it's interesting how we are at the year mark. They are seeming, with the RCMP said they are making headway in this case. They're not going to stop until Jack and Lilly are found and whoever is brought to justice. And now Malaya's out there, holding water bottles for people searching. And Daniel quit talking for a bit, and now she's back. But Daniel says he doesn't watch YouTube. Okay, guys. So there's that. We got a lot to get to, guys. Magdalena, you were going off too last night. A lot of you, there was a lot of you going off last night with Daniel, the things that he was saying. Even if people don't believe he's guilty of red rum, I cannot believe some women were defending him, myself, and others got blocked because we were not defending D. Did you get blocked last night? You didn't get blocked last night, though, did you? Oh, he watches every channel. He certainly does. Thank you, Camilla. Thank you. He says he doesn't watch YouTube. Oh, then says what everybody is doing. Oh, by another chatter. Gotcha. Okay. I was gonna say, because I appreciate it. They was letting us go off, speaking our mind on this. And I don't even guys, it's gonna be bad today. I can tell you. I've take your blood pressure pill, get a drink, and get comfortable. It's gonna be a multi-part series. I can already tell you that. Um, it's probably gonna be at least a 4-part series, I would say. And that's with skipping through it all. But we've got the receipts ready, Mr. Daniel, and we'll show them to you as well. All right, guys, do me a favor. Please hit that thumbs up button. Greatly appreciate all of you guys being here today. I know a lot of people is out and about doing their thing. Some people are already back home, chilling, taking it easy. So thank you guys for being here. Hit that thumbs up button, share the live out, consider hyping this video. At the end of the live stream, consider becoming a member of the Pearl family. Always love to have you guys. RCMP are investigating a report that 2 young children in Pictou, Nova Scotia, were approached by a stranger in a vehicle late Wednesday afternoon. He told the children their grandfather sent him. Maybe it doesn't change what I think in Jack and Lily's case. That's for damn sure. Two children they just don't get abducted like this. It's a very rare thing for 2 children to get abducted. I statistically almost null. Okay. All right. Let me see where we're going to start.
So what I most
Pull it up here. Oh,
you
again, let me put the credit in the banner as well for Miss Sunny. It was so good to see her back. I always enjoy Sunny's opinion and commentary. Again, I think she has to go rather easy on Daniel. They just kind of let him say what he says because he's comfortable with them. He will not go to anybody that would challenge him, let's say, right? If they thought someone abducted him, they would have suggested people, in my opinion, even if they absolutely, 1,000%. And you're going to see with this timeline that that Daniel presents up here, it's not possible. And wait till you hear, I don't even know if we'll get to it in this live, but wait till you hear about how him speaking that he goes up the hill and he sees his mom out back, and then he comes back down of the hill to get the key, or to just wait. I asked him about it last night, and he gives when you ask Daniel a question. See, this is the problem that I have with Daniel. He's very good at distracting. So you'll ask him a question. Let me see if my question was, one second. And I appreciate Charmaine sending this to Sunny and asking Daniel, even though he didn't answer. I put question. Your mom said after confronting Malaya at 10:01, she ran up the woods and spoke to you about searching. How could this be if she already drove around and she said she met you by the kids' forts and it was at 10:19 a.m.? Couldn't have happened. Daniel makes it sound like he saw his mother first and then Malaya. You'll just have to see. Well, there's so much to get to. I can't even start. Happy Mother's Day, Sassy. You were in there last night. Kelly, good to see you, my friend. Jeanette, good to see everyone rolling in. I agree that Sunny did a great job letting him talk. Lots of information. He lied about proven in that live. Hats off. Yeah. And yeah, here we go.
Opinion, okay? Not that you're bashing her or whatever, just your own opinion.
Okay.
And you would, I'm at a loss a little bit because, you know, it's just truly about Jack and Lilly, about what happened to these children. It's not just Jack and Lily's case, but there's cases that I follow because they touch my heart. Sebastian Rogers' case, Nicola Bully's case, where there's these strange.
Actually, what was I going to say? I forgot what I was going to say. Hold on.
Following a case, really. They just simply want to hear, you know, the truth. Well, you're never going to achieve that through.
And trying to work. And then I was on stress. How
Let me find it.
A situation.
And then, you know, and on it. But do you kind of see that from our point of view about how little bits of information and inconsistencies, and yet all you want to do is just be able to talk with the person properly so that things don't get misconstrued?
Yeah, I understand that, Sunny, but my perspective's so much different, and I've never been thrust into a situation that's like this, right? And I don't.
Well, and I agree with that, right? But generally nobody has. And there's that.
I don't have role models that, you know, I can, you know, learn from, or I don't have anyone that, you know, I can talk with. So this whole situation and the perspective I have is very unique compared to most people. And just the case in general it's very unique, and like I didn't know how to conduct myself in a way where it was congruent with helping the public.
Thank you, Jennifer.
And I have the stuff from CPS.
Okay. Daniel makes it seem like he bullshits to get through a question. He starts what I call with his poetry. He starts, you know, I was never thrust into this situation. He's giving us advice on how we should live our life, live every day. You know, like I don't take advice from a math head. Okay.
Yes. And, you know, dealing with lawyers and therapists and psychiatrists and counseling and so many unique things coming at once, and trying to work. And then I was on stress leave.
You worked one day a freaking week, Daniel. You worked one day a week. One day. He also doubles down. Oh my God. He also doubles down on why CPS came. He says it was because of Jack and Lily's behavior. And he, in my opinion, puts Jack and Lilly down.
And then it was a very, you know, unique situation that I had no control over. Because most people are used to their day-to-day lives where they have control over their lives, right? And to be thrust into the position where I lost all control over my life. I mean,
well, this is the thing, Daniel. In my opinion, you lost control Thursday evening. You lost the control. I don't find it any sort of irony, or that the day after Malaya gets her car, when she's getting that freedom and you are losing control, that you really lose control that night?
Death threats started rolling in. I couldn't live a normal life, and I still can't live a normal life. And people just don't know what that's like. And it plays a tremendous role on your mental health and your well-being in general. Just the amount of stress that I had to endure and going on my phone.
So Daniel, you say Jack and Lilly is still alive. What about, and if you believe that, why isn't it what about Jack and Lilly is being stressed over or they're enduring? How about that? Let's talk about that for a minute. You say you believe Jack and Lilly are alive. I don't. I hope you're right, but I don't believe Jack and Lilly are alive. The RCMP says there's a, quote, very slim chance. And I don't think that they would be asking you about the unaliving of Jack and Lilly in those polygraph tests if they actually thought they were alive then as well.
And just having thousands of messages where it's just, you're a child killer, you're a serial killer, you're this and you're that, and having that every day. But I always left my messages open because, there was supporters that,
in my opinion, I think more just an opinion, a family annihilator,
knew what kind of felt like what I was going through, had a different perspective than the mass public did. And they've supported me from the start. And I still talk to some of these individuals, and they've done nothing but support me the whole way through.
You manipulate the shit
But
out of
when
them.
it comes back to, I just didn't know how to deal with the situation. It was a lot. Not having my children, not having Lily and Jack, having my family ripped apart. I never did anything, Sonny.
Well, go ahead.
He never did anything. Nothing, guys. He never did anything.
It was a lot. And, I like I said it before, like,
He's now.
I wasn't always there emotionally for Malaya when she needed me most. And I said this on Charmaine's podcast, I had to take this last year and really grow as a person. And
okay, I think he's going to start talking about, kumbaya shit, so he doesn't have to talk about a timeline or what actually happened. So if he
to figure, it seems somehow whole. It's like, as I said, I used the expression last time. It's just, you're taking a mirror, you're looking at yourself, and then you smash the mirror. And then
how poetic, Daniel. Shut the fuck up.
Would be the same. It's a very crazy situation. Never ever come on your lives ever again, and I would never talk to you. And I do think you remember me.
I was gonna say, Daniel. So coming from someone who's been doing true crime for like 5 years, right? So it's kind of like
it's 6 years now, Sonny.
Is it 6 years? Okay, 6 years.
Probably because it's been a whole year.
Content for true crime. It's like, for me, I am very intuitive about a lot of things. And one thing that I knew was that, in a sense, like what's kind of somewhat best for the person and what you were doing, even though you might not, like you said, like, this isn't your element. This wasn't your element. To sit here and be in true crime. You might watch true crime, but
I get it. When someone, like a parent, first comes up on, they're not used to the cameras or YouTube or anything like that. I completely understand that. And how some things can get a little misconstrued or off, but you don't, regardless, your story should not be completely different, complete opposite as the person you're laying in bed with. The times should not change, and the behaviors should be normal. Looking for your kids, not lying when you're speaking about the kids.
To sit there and have a channel and do the live. So when I was watching you do what you're doing, I'm like, in my head, I'm like, but little does he know, if he literally just did a live and spoke, people want to hear the voices from the family members, right? So I was watching the way you were going about doing it. And in my head, I know clearly
So bad.
that you're going about it all wrong, right? But if you're not from this side of the from the
his math
channels
TED
and stuff
Talks.
like that, all I ever do is everything from the sincerity of my heart, right? So all I ever wanted you to do was just have your opportunity to speak. You're obviously not communicating well, going in and out of channels, but you're not really necessarily aware of that. Meaning, because you're just doing
Let me get to
right because of the child, because it doesn't seem
Stuff. I'll touch on the child tax credit stuff.
okay.
I never.
Listen to
it's
this.
kind of like what side,
Listen to this. What Cindy
or
says.
the lack thereof actions. So it's
When does the child tax credits go out in Canada? Like, when do they get the check for it?
kind of like when you see that, then you're like, well, Malaya was being portrayed as that she seemed like she just didn't care, that she was getting dolled up, that she was going out, and doing the most damnedest things that you wouldn't expect someone with 2 missing children to do, let alone a grandmother trade in a vehicle on a Tuesday after the children. What do you like? Do you believe any of that stuff?
Cindy did trade in a vehicle, though, didn't she? The 20th of each month.
I know the stuff. I'll touch on the child tax credit stuff. I never had my taxes done for two years prior, right? So what was it? What would it be? 2023 and 2024. And when I didn't have my taxes done for the.
What did I tell you guys? What did I tell you? I see. I haven't heard this little part right through here. What did I tell you? I knew he didn't file for 2 years. I knew he didn't file for 2 years because I got the amount that Malay and them was doing, they were getting each month. I did a whole live stream about it. And if they owed $30,000, it would have been 2 years worth of tax credits. 2 years worth of tax credits. Daniel allegedly ended up defrauding and saying that there was more kids, or he claimed his other 2 kids when he wasn't supposed to.
For those 2 years when me and Malaya did common law, right?
I knew it.
Right.
That triggered, Canada Revenue Agency to investigate it, and they removed her child tax credit, right? That was for 2 months prior to the disappearance.
Told you. Knew it. I knew it. And they had till the 30th. They had until April 30th to file. And in my opinion, that's the reason Miss Malaya came back, is to see if Daniel was going to fix it so she could get her money. And I think, in my opinion, that is one of the big things that started out the fight that night, is the money. And then, right, 24 hours later, or less than 24 hours later, around 24 hours later, kids go missing. They're they're taking money from Patty, going around, getting Starbucks, going to Walmart, getting takeout, getting gas, going to the Dollarama.
Right.
I knew
That's
it.
why it got triggered where she lost her child tax credit. There was no other reason other than that.
Well, okay. So in saying that, okay. So, I mean, before Jack and Lilly went missing.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Yes, ma'am. It was about 30,000. Go back to my live, because she got more. She got more per month.
Can you just be like
It was
honest and
around
truthful about what was happening in
30,000.
your relationship prior to that? Was, because we've heard that she was, like the U-Haul was coming, that she was going to be leaving, and then she ended up not.
I would like to know I would like to know if you have like a special needs child in Canada, does that give you even more money? Do you get even more money if you have a special needs child? Just a question. Mhm. Yeah, I that's what I thought. Mhm. Yeah, I figured. Okay.
Not like, if you're being honest, was your relationship okay?
Uh,
Was
w-
it going south?
we can dive into that, some of that, if you like.
You know what? I mean, it's all part of it, right? I mean, like, so
It is part of it, but there's like some stuff with not me. It doesn't involve me. It mainly involves Malaya, and
Of course it does.
it's going to be hard for me to touch on some of that. I will do
It
it,
mainly involves Malaya, but you're the one that didn't file. Got it, Daniel.
but fewer discretion is advised because it's
Yes.
it has nothing to do with like me in a way, or um, but it's not like particularly pretty
Oh, it might take a long time, but
toward Lily and Jack.
that's fine.
What Malaya's done. No, it has nothing to do with the disappearance, but just Lily and Jack in general.
Of course you have to prove the disability, Sassy. Yeah. But I think that's a partial reason why they were saying, I told you they had autism. And I think the other reason was because autistic children have a higher rate of wandering. And so I think it was a
I know will shock the public when some people know and some people don't. But I'm willing to dive into that. And CPS is already aware of this.
I know that, Victoria.
And there's a reason why Malaya doesn't have meadow back. Right.
Okay. I know that they were not diagnosed, and I don't think they were autistic for a second, in my opinion. But I think they were pushing that. They were pushing that. Look at the documents, look at their interviews. But Daniel, the irony here is Daniel wants to speak about Malaya not having Meadow, or the reason she hasn't gotten Meadow back, when Daniel, you've got to remember, sir, do you not think, sir, look at this. Malaya could still see Meadow and live under the same roof as her whenever Jack and Lily went missing, as long as it was not under your roof, sir. So what does that tell you? That tells you, in my opinion, that you were the major problem. That's what it tells me. Now, Malaya did her own thing to fuck it up. She certainly did. But you want to talk about Malaya not being able to have Meadow. You don't see your other kids. You see Meadow with supervised visitation, just like Malaya. But what are you talking about?
Mhm.
I mean, I can dive into some of that in a minute, but you're going to have to let me go run to the bathroom so I can pee first. Is that okay?
Oh yeah, you know what? Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't want to be on the phone and peeing.
No,
Exactly,
I take
Brandy.
pee breaks too. Go right ahead.
Okay.
Right ahead on there. Brad, I only see your one comment.
I think that there is some blame there. Absolutely.
I wouldn't have you blocked.
I agree.
You know that. And actually, just 1 second as well, please.
Oh, you have a bull terrier, nurse.
The heck?
You don't hardly see bull terriers. They're great dogs. Okay, let me fast forward this a little bit here.
Okay, like up and down as a D.
Max.
I was gonna say,
not here to make Malaya seem like a bad person, to bash Malaya. I'm not here to make Malaya seem like a bad person. These are strictly the facts.
I was gonna say, just facts.
Yeah, these are the facts, and they're undisputable facts. They're undisputable facts, right? These are facts where they're concrete. They come from my personal experience. right? So I seen what I
Absolutely.
seen, I heard what I heard,
Wow.
and I felt what I felt. And these memories are etched in my mind for the rest of time. So me and Malaya's relationship started off very well. She had this issue where it was,
Listen,
Cody did this to me, Cody did that, Cody, right?
Yeah.
And
and
that
you
went
were
on
jealous,
for like,
jealous.
I don't know how long, almost a year at the start. It was like she was so traumatized from Cody that it left this imprint on her.
Well, I'm just going to say she might be traumatized from Cody, but she's going to be really fucking traumatized from you.
And I mean, Cindy was the same way. All she did was talk about Cody, and it was like Cody was a big part of Malaya's life.
I think you are extremely jealous, Daniel.
Right. In a good way or a bad way, I don't know, right? I only know what Malaya told me, right? I never personally met Cody. I was there for the whole custody thing with Lily and Jack, and between her and Cody, I was there for that. So these are all the experiences I have with Malaya. I don't have any experiences with Cody. I've never met him. I've never seen him.
Right.
So
Daniel, I'm going to just pop in for 1 second and say this. So the reason why I can absolutely associate that, meaning relate to what you're saying, is because I was in an abusive relationship for 11 years till I was 26. And so when I met my ex-husband, not my husband now, but my ex-husband, I took a lot of stuff out on him because I was tired of being abused and getting hit. But so I would have said a lot of things like in reference to always Dion, which was his name. Like,
I'm that it formed who you were, right? It was learned trauma. I mean, you spent so much time in trauma. It formed who you were, right?
Correct.
And I understand that, but I had to keep
Thank you, Lolo.
reframing it in a way where Malaya, I'm not Cody.
Miss Sharon Harris, thank you so much for the gifts, my dear. Appreciate you very much. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you, my love. Thank you for sending that, Lolo. Appreciate you. I can't see it on my end, so I appreciate you. Wait, what? Viewer discretion is advised by Daniel. Oh my God, is he a commentator now? He is so full of BS too. What is he up to anyway? He's up to shit in his eyes. You are just not going to believe. It's just absolutely shocking, some of the things that he says in this interview, and you think, does he think people actually believe that? I mean, I and Daphne did a live stream the other day. I truly, honest to God, wanted people to call in to give their best defense of Daniel. Let's talk it out. I want to see how you're thinking about this. Nobody called in to defend Daniel. I don't think there was really maybe one or two accounts that I've never seen before, by the way, defended him last night.
Like I'm not him.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't abuse women. I don't, I'm not a bad person like the internet portrays me to be. And coming back to where I know at the start, like I was in like a lot
of good people don't abuse children or neglect children. And good people, in my opinion, don't essay and confine women as well. So you always want to talk about you're a good person. I beg to differ.
A lot of chats and trying to answer messages, and it came across bad. And I made up like the KFC reference. And because I was like mad on the inside because I had my whole world ripped apart. And
it was so
I had to really, come to reality where I had to change my entire life. Like I wasn't a bad person before. I just lacked that emotional ability to,
Daniel's a parrot. He's a parrot. He hears something that sounds good and he parrots it.
See things from an emotional aspect. It was always a logical aspect, right? And I had to really, dive deep into who I am and try to restructure my life to include the emotional aspect, not just the logical one. And it was tough. Right? I spent the whole year. We'll say I spent the whole year trying to find myself.
Do you feel like you have?
Yeah.
And
because I had to do a lot of self-examination and really and try to had from before chips, but be a better person for. They learn from habit, right? The history repeats itself. So the way you go through your life, if you don't change anything, you're just going to continue to live the way you always did. And my kids should have given up hope, not even once. I've said that since the start. I believe that they're alive, and if there's always a chance to think positive.
He doesn't believe they're alive. He does not believe they're alive. That's one of the things him and Malaya does say, that they both believe Jack and Lily are alive. Why? I mean, how? Yes. Now Daniel found himself. Yeah, right. Yeah.
If I'm always going to take that, because I'm not going to dwell on the negative. And that's something I always lived by. And it's apparent that I'm never going to change that part about my life. And I'm never going to change that aspect of who I am.
Daniel always thinks he's saving the day, but he can't even save his own story.
I'm always going to think positive. I want the most positive outcome, because if you think negative, that's the first pitfall that most people have. As soon as you start thinking negative, it just spreads into every aspect of your life. And I don't want that.
Can I ask you something? I've called you a narcissist so many times.
He is.
On there. Do you, and then one time you said, maybe I am a narcissist or something like that. Because again, it's kind of like self-awareness versus perception. Do you feel like at all that you're a narcissist? Like, just honestly, like, do you feel any part of you that feels like you're being narcissistic, or no? It's up to, honestly, I
said before, that was a part of the ADHD that I have. And,
oh my God, him and this ADHD stuff. He's not above criticism. He's just beneath self-reflection. He starts with this ADHD stuff. I don't really care about this stuff. I'm going to move a little past this. I really care about the kids and the timeline.
I did get an assessment done, and it turns out that I do have severe ADHD traits. I do have medication turned through substance abuse, and it's always a pitfall of mine, right? Because I was always seeking to normalize people.
I can't with this shit on this part.
But I know I get attacked I'm going to get attacked for just coming on here and speaking with you.
Oh, yeah.
And people are going to rip this all apart.
Damn right.
But I'm doing it not for myself. Good. I'm doing this for Lily and Jack. I would never do this for myself. I've never spoken out for myself. I don't like being in front of a camera. I got attacked every time. For every word. I had to make sure my sentence structure was perfect. Every word was perfect.
Good luck.
Not use past tense. And
you do.
It was so hard. And so I put myself through a lot. And I know you want to speak there, so I'll shut up. And
it should be easy to tell the truth, Daniel. It should be absolutely
because I wasn't really, in a sense, prepared, right? I looked down in chat and I was just like, at this point, yeah, if Daniel wants to come up and talk and whatever, at the end of the day, there's nobody that's been charged in the case of Jack and Lily, for any involvement, regardless, right?
No
and it's kind of one of those things. But I was going to say, and then Chelsea's asking a question here, but I was going to say, we'll get back into a little bit more, because I'm just kind of just wondering myself, about, I said, years of Malaya's relationship, that aspect of it. But Chelsea wants to ask is, if you truly think Jack and Lily were taken, then what exactly would be the reality of that?
I don't know what she means by the reality of that, but I asked early on for Amber Alerts. I don't know if you guys remember seeing that interview.
You see, answer the question. This is how he always gets by. This is how he always gets by with these fucking things. And this is what pisses me off. Answer the question. Not I asked for Amber Alerts. I asked for this. I asked for that. Answer the damn question.
Where I said openly that I want officers at every border, PEI in New Brunswick, have officers at every airport. And
I call him Daniel
because
Wells,
every minute counted those early days, right?
Yeah.
And you want to know what they said to me when I asked for all those things? They said, Daniel, that's at this time we're not going to do that. But it was like why not?
Well, I'll tell you why, Daniel. I'll tell you why. Because on Saturday, Major Crimes already saw past your bullshit. That's why. Major Crimes was there. And there was nothing to suggest that anyone took them.
Like, why not? Like,
Well,
why would you
right.
not want to have officers at every border and every airport monitoring at all times? Like, this is like 2 missing children. It's crazy to have one missing child go missing in a rural area, right? But to have 2 at the exact same time with no evidence, other than a blanket draped over up the road in a tree, it just doesn't make sense.
That you placed him.
And like, I'm no, detective or investigator, but like it wasn't Major Crimes that told me this. It was search and rescue. But to not do everything it could at the start, I mean, that was a real eye opener, right?
Yeah. Well, now, so I want to just quickly touch on this part, because obviously, like when I was kind of starting in the live, like my whole thing really that I wanted to talk about was the rarity and about like when you plunk it into the AI and you said if there's no children, like, parental involvement, like what's kind of like the likely, outcome. And the thing is that it keeps popping back. But this is, Daniel, from following other cases too. The likelihood that it's from somebody that's a parent, somebody that knows,
96%.
like, is close to the children. That is the most likely scenario. And kind of like what you said in your one interview when you said, like, well, the stepdad always gets looked at, right? Well, that's absolutely true. I mean,
yeah, it is. It is 100%. Dave, sorry for cutting you off.
No,
that's
okay.
Another part of ADHD is bad. But I was fully investigated, and I still ask them, every investigators. I never use names. I just say investigators. I always ask investigators, like, shoot me as many questions as you can. Like, I'll come in. I want to sit down with the lead investigators, and I want to sit down with your guys' team, and we can sit there and you guys shoot off as many questions as you can to me, and I'll try to help in any way I can. I still ask for more polygraph.
9.6 out of 10 times, it is the parent or someone on the property or someone that knows them. With children, it is particularly someone on the property. Someone to abduct one child is extraordinarily rare. We see it, it does happen, but I've been on YouTube about 3 years, and I've covered a lot of cases, and I can think of one in 3 years. One. Two. Sorry, 2. I can think of 2 in 3 years. It doesn't happen. And that's one child. That's not 2 children. Hey, Daff. Happy Mommy's Day.
Graphs all the time. It probably gets annoying for them that I keep asking for polygraph. Here, take my phone.
Daniel, let's just, it's great that you cooperate with them, but cooperation does not mean innocence, right? It doesn't mean innocence or guilt. You are making it seem like cooperation makes you innocent. Well, it can, if you're telling the truth, but I think you're a little scared now that they don't really speak to you much anymore. And that's because, in my opinion, they don't need you anymore. They'll see you when they see you.
Like, even down to the very first time, like when they said to me, "Hey, Daniel, we want access to your phone. Can you sign a consent form?" And I said, took my phone and just threw it right across the table. I said, "Here, we don't even need a consent form. Just take it." And they said, "No, Daniel, here's your phone back. We'll have to get you to sign a consent form." Like,
so manipulating. He's always, you're gonna notice a pattern. He says it a few times in this live stream. No, Daniel. He always says it with that, no, Daniel. we don't need that. Would tap him on the shoulder. He always says they put their hands on my shoulder and says, "No, Daniel, oh, we don't need that." You're so manipulating, and you don't like anybody who can see straight through you.
I always asked for stuff first. Like, I was always open. I'm always cooperative. I do everything I can.
See?
And people are always saying,
I'm always open. I'm always cooperative. I do everything I can.
oh, just take Daniel in and put him in a room and just question him. I want them to do that because then it gives the best chance of finding the kids. If I have any small detail.
Well, Daniel, but you say you're confused as everyone else. So what detail have you not shared in a fucking year that you could give to them now? Come on.
Detail that may, help in any way. I'm always willing to do that. And I used to lay in bed every night and I would just lay there for like an hour or 2 hours, just in the dark, just running over that whole morning in my head over and over and over, looking for any small detail I can pull out or anything that I can remember. And investigators told me, Daniel, don't do that to yourself. Don't do that to yourself.
Yeah, don't torture yourself, Daniel. It do that.
It will drive you insane. Like your mental health matters. And
says this about
is
30
this comment
times.
true that I'm just saying? I heard someone say it the other day. Daniel, was Cindy at the trailer at 5:48 a.m. on May 2nd? Was Cindy there early in the morning? I know you've only ever talked about that. You felt like she got there.
I have a question. Daniel, was Cindy at the trailer at 5:48 on May 2nd? Please answer that question.
Fast after, like way too fast, even though the time, via the phone showed that she didn't arrive till like afternoon. But
we can touch on that. The 8:48, like I have no idea. I was sleeping at that point. I didn't even know the kids were being kept home from school that day. I had no idea. And because I lay in bed with Meadow every single morning.
He lays in bed with Meadow every single morning. Okay. Well, why? Okay, first of all, why Meadow sleeps in a crib, right? So you just normally get Meadow out of the crib and put her in bed every single morning? You don't wake up a sleeping baby and bring him to your bed every single morning if they're sleeping in your crib, especially in the same room with you. But wait, just wait.
Malaya would get up, get the kids off to school. I would lay in bed with Meadow and sleep. On days that I didn't work, I would lay in bed with Meadow because she was...
Which was 6 days a week. You didn't work.
She was just over a year old, right? She was almost a year and a half. And I would lay in bed with Meadow every morning when Malaya would get the kids up for school. I didn't know they were being kept home that day. She marked them absence at 6:17 and 6:18 a.m.
He didn't know that they were going to stay home that day, but he's awake at least 2 times when Lily comes in the bedroom, and he says in the first sit-down interview that he did with the news that he wasn't even remotely, by any means, is what he said, I believe, asleep. Even though Malaya said he was asleep, Daniel said Malaya was asleep. Come on.
But I have no idea if Cindy was there at 5:48 or whatever.
You knew Cindy wasn't there at 5:48.
That comment says. I didn't even know they were marked absent until, I looked at my email and I seen the email. But
he says he wakes up, it's light outside, he's laying in bed with Meadow, and he says he doesn't know the kids were staying home that morning. But I don't know about you, but if you wake up and you think the kids are going to school, you shake your partner and be like, kid's not going to school, or what's going on? Because remember, he says that Lily comes in the room at least twice, and he tells Lily, "Shh, the baby's sleeping." So when she comes in the room and you think that she's going to school that morning, you're not going to be like, "Malaya, are you not sending the kids to school that morning?" That's what you do. It's what every person does. Oh my God, Malaya might have overslept. You're going to at least check the time, or you're going to at least shake your partner and be like, "You not sending the kids to school this morning?"
Thursday, Thursday night, Malaya called Cindy. Did you know about that phone call?
Thursday night, or was it the one that was in the afternoon?
Thursday night.
No, I didn't know about any calls on Thursday night.
I know the one in the afternoon.
Yeah, because the one in the afternoon.
Thursday night, Malaya calls Cindy. Interesting. Okay.
And that was, I never really talked about that, but that's when we stopped in at Acropole, and we got food, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And when I was getting out of the car, because, you know, we made the call, we ordered the food, and when it was ready, I walk in and pick it up and pay for it.
Now, it's very interesting. Daniel can remember this ordinary day when he's walking in to get his food. Okay. This is before Jack and Lily went missing.
So, but she called the exact time that I was getting out of the car to walk inside to get the food. And that's when that's the call in the afternoon that, you know, Cindy and Malaya had. I wasn't around for that call. That's when I walked inside to get the food, but I didn't.
So, but he knows Malaya had a call with Cindy while he's inside getting the food.
No, she made a call that night. I didn't even know she made a call at 8:28 on Friday morning. I didn't know that until I seen the documents.
Okay. He didn't even know that she made a call to her mom at 8:28, which is, again, interesting because I always say there's a lot of things going on at that house. At around the 6 o'clock mark, 6:15 mark, there's a lot of calls going around on that house at the 8:30 mark, and at 10 o'clock.
So just because a lot of people keep saying, for instance, and I kind of feel like it jumps around as well, is the Thursday. It's kind of like, you know, a Google Map shows you get home at like about 3:11 or 3:12 or something.
Around 3:50. It was just right before 4 o'clock.
Well, Google Map shows it as 3:12. The ones that Malaya had.
He says they get home at 4 o'clock. And Sunny, I think is Sunny right on this?
Map shows you get home at like about 3:11 or 3:12 or something.
I thought it was later than that. I might be wrong. What time they get home?
Around 3:50. It was just right before 4 o'clock.
Well, Google Map shows it as 3:12. The one.
That's interesting. If Google Maps shows it at 3:12 that they're getting home, but they are saying 3:50 because Daniel always says 3:50. Let me look at the documents. I think it was later, not 3:12. Yeah, I think so. I think it was later as well. But the question is, does anyone have, let me see if I can find those Google Docs. 1 second.
Ones that Malaya had sent from her.
Okay.
Like, so it shows it at like, well, and you said kind of like close to 4.
Yeah.
You know, so tit for tat, I take it for that one, to be honest with you. Now, and then just to go, now you had said on an interview, like the guy with the dog, right? With a constable or whatever, sergeant guy, whatever, with the dog, that you said that, well, Daniel, like, basically, we just don't believe you. Like, you're.
Yeah, that was Luke. That guy, I can say that guy was a little bit strange because on like the second day the dogs were out, I walked.
This is the day, Justin, Thursday, 3:11 home. Malaya called mom, call at 3:37. I remember the 3:37 now that you say that. But I'm going to look in these documents. Because the documents say, let's see here. 618, 1 second. 5-1. This would be 5. Yes. Okay. Court documents 1438, section B, 5-4. Court documents 2:52 to 3:11 p.m. home, and 3:37 is the call. Give me 1 second. Okay. Let me see here. DM looked at his banking information on his phone and remembered when they went to the Dollarama and Lawton's on his way home. They all went into the Dollarama and only MBM went into Lawton's. Maybe it's right here. Okay. He checked on his bank. Okay. Daniel said Malaya would not have talked to her mother later. Daniel and Malaya would have talked to her mother later in the day because her mother called 2 or 3 times every day. Her grandmother also probably called. Daniel checked his Google Maps and timeline and detailed Thursday as well. The only new information provided was that they stopped at Acropole, whatever it is called, to pick up poutines. They talked about his relationship with Malaya. Okay. Okay. I'll look at this real quick.
Walked outside. There was investigators there and the dog handlers. I walked. This is gonna be embarrassing for Luke, but yeah, I walked outside. I didn't have a shirt on.
Here he's speaking about. Okay, thank you, Daff. Here he's speaking about his the dog from the dog handler from the RCMP, the officer who flew around the country to search for Jack and Lilly. There was 2 of them. Daniel flipped out whenever this happened. He flipped out whenever these guys came. I showed you guys the text messages. This is the day he called his girlfriend and had him and picked him up.
On, and then I was like, all right. They said to investigate, like, I'm gonna go put a shirt on. He's like, all right. Yeah, he's just like, you don't want to take people taking pictures of you from the road. And so I ran inside and got my shirt on, and that Luke guy's just, oh, don't worry about it, you look good. And I was just like, that guy said some real strange things. It wasn't
don't worry about it, you look good.
Just the comments that he made about Thursday night. He was just a strange dude in general. And he said a lot of strange things. Like, he even said to me, sorry for going off track here, but he even said to me, he's just like, did you ever get like so angry with the kids? You would have like outbursts, like aggressively outbursts. And I said, no. He's just like, with my 16-year-old son, he's just like, if he doesn't put the dishes away, he's just like, I yell and scream at him. And he's just like, I get so mad at him and I tear him down and I call him the worst. And I was just like saying this to myself in my head. I was just like, this RCMP officer has worked for, RCMP for 26 years. Or that's what he told me. 26 years. And I was like, he's literally making up a story, or it could be true, about him emotionally abusing his child.
Right.
Daniel, you are so perfect. You are so perfect. I don't know of anybody that's not human enough to have raised their voice at their children. But not you. Not you. You are just incredibly perfect. Daniel could never, ever even raise his voice, let alone, black their eyes. Right? He can take no accountability. It's not unheard of to raise your voice at your kids. Not unheard of, Daniel. Wait till they're teenagers.
Right in front of me.
Right.
And it was very odd, just the way he conducted himself,
So, I mean, obviously he was trying to, kind of associate whether it was a made up story or not. He's trying to dig for information, like, with you, obviously, about it.
Yeah, he tried to get me to falsely admit to murdering the kids. And I told investigators that, and they said, Daniel, like, I'm so sorry you had to go through that, because that was.
See, there he goes again. Daniel, I am so sorry that the RCMP officer who flew across the country with his dog accused you of murdering the kids. Daniel, that's called good cop, bad cop. It's a technique that they use. You are so dumb. I can't even tell you. Summer breeze makes me feel fine. Thank you, baby. Happy Mother's Day to you. Appreciate you. Good work in covering Jack and Lilly's case. Thank you. Thank you so much, Summer Breeze. I really appreciate you very, very much. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you, babies. What a smart ass turd, Daniel. Yeah, he's never raised his voice at his kids. I think he's the only parent in history that's never raised his voice to his children. Amazing. Amazing. Wait till you hear what he has to say, that he had to treat Jack and Lilly differently. That was real good.
Was never audio recorded. That was never body cam.
Daniel, okay. I want you to just think about this for a moment. He is saying that they're trying to get Daniel to confess to something, and there was no camera. Daniel, if they are getting you to try to confess, you damn right there's a camera there. You think that they are going to have you not confessing without a camera? When I'm sure that they've read you the rights while they were interviewing you, talking to you there, if you decided to interview, seemingly like you did.
And that was just him having a private conversation with me, where he tried to get me to confess a false confession to murdering the kids. And that was one of the most unprofessional things I've ever seen law enforcement ever do to me.
He's so holy that he text messages women and says, I can't wait for you to go to sleep, that I'm going to, in my opinion, he's SAU, and if you say it hurts, I'm going to do it harder. That's you, Daniel.
And
in the scope of things, Daniel, to be honest with you, because during my downtime, one of my things that I enjoy watching is the interrogations. When they're interrogating.
But interrogations should always be professional, and they should be on camera or audio recorded. They should never be done the way it was done. That was super unprofessional. It was done in a way where, like, it was, and he like put his hand on my shoulder, and he was just like trying to like.
Yeah. There you go. Hand on the shoulder, guys. He is so scripted. You're going to hear him say, when the RCMP talks to him, whenever he's doing polygraphs or they're sorry, Daniel, they put the hand on Daniel's shoulder and he goes, I'm sorry, guys, that happened to you. Just an apology from the RCMP. I cannot roll my eyes back far enough.
Get me to confess to something I've never done. It was a sick move to ever,
kind of like
You're manufactured by him.
Daniel.
Yeah. Well, obviously it was one of those things that was derived to, obviously, you need to admit, just let it all out. You can tell us, been there myself, have a child, so I can associate with just losing it, Now, I think
they had a body cam when they were searching, when they were in that house, when they were speaking to him, if they used drones, all of that. You damn right they had a body camera.
For me, it's like one of those things is that, maybe it was deemed as unprofessional, but maybe to them, that's just one of their tactics. I don't know. I don't know what, I just know when I'm watching those EMU interrogations all the time, it's always the good cop, bad cop. One comes at you harder, other people are softer, just really.
I mean, if I were Sonny last night, I would have came through the fucking computer probably.
They try to be buddy in a sense.
But the thing is, Sonny, those are formal interrogations or formal interviews. Yeah. They're done on camera. They're done in a way where it's constitutionally done.
You didn't have a body cam?
No, there's none of that. There was none of that.
I don't believe
and
you.
They were trying to convince me that I did something wrong, and I've never done anything wrong.
He's never done anything wrong, guys. Nothing. Daniel does no wrong. None. Does no wrong at all. He's never done any wrong against these two precious kids that had bruises all the time. That the teachers bought them clothes. That CPS went to their house multiple times in this drug-infested home that they had hardly any food a lot of the times.
And that's what I mean. It was a very, very crazy situation to ever put somebody in that went through a tragic event.
Well, that's just it, though, right? Is that you
went through a tragic event?
Your own truth, right? Just like I know who I am as a person, for anyone else, perhaps besides my family or my husband, right? I mean, so I know who I am and just like you do. But the thing is that,
thank you,
this is a very public case and people are just taking what they're getting for information, with it. And again, the family.
They sure did. They got them winter clothes and jackets. Yes, sure did.
Is always the ones that they look at first, know. So it's just one of those things is that in your heart of heart, you'll know the truth, regardless about Jack and Lilly, whether there's any involvement or non-involvement from.
Jack allegedly said after Easter, when they were allegedly, Malaya was away, I don't want to go back to Daniel.
The family from yours, Malaya's and whatever, right? Public, a whole different ball of wax, right? We're just taking the information with what we're seeing. We know 2 children are missing. We also know that the statistics show that it's typically family involvement with this. So so I did kind of want to go back kind of to Chelsea's kind of statement there, is that there's only so many scenarios that could have happened to Jack and Lilly.
Last night, I asked them to ask Daniel, which again, he didn't answer. He moved his mouth, but he didn't answer the question. Daniel, why did the reporter say right after Malaya went missing that you told her that Malaya is going to blame everything on me? Why did you say that? More or less, he said the reporter is manipulative.
Right? The RCMP from the get-go had said, like in their press conference, they were like, okay, if it was an abduction, don't worry, we'd let you know. But they still doubled down all the time, saying that it wasn't like as if a stranger car abduction had happened. Now,
yes, guys, please hit the thumbs up. Appreciate y'all being here. Share out the live. Consider becoming a member of the Pearl family. Would love
obviously
to have
then
you.
There's the involvement of the people on the property. Okay. And so, like I said,
yes, Sherry. The reporter said Daniel said she's going to blame all of this on me. And the reporter thought that was kind of confusing because in the very beginning, they didn't know what happened to Jack and Lily.
Or the fact that they
She
went out
says that
into
in
the
a
woods.
podcast.
But kind of like anything, how many resources do you have to get? Because this is a very unlikely case, and you are well aware of that.
Yep.
That 2 children to go missing, right?
One of the questions here is asked is if he thinks Malaya is working with the RCMP. He gets kind of quiet. He usually butts in, and he basically says no. Keep thinking that, Daniel. Keep thinking that.
Right. And for it to not have family involvement is such a rarity. And that was just reading off of exactly when AI is asked, because obviously it's pulling from cases, even though I know when you're talking to Charmaine about, I don't even know who that Larry guy was. That's something totally different. It's pulling from information about people talking about Darren's theory, this theory, and that.
Yeah.
But so in saying that, right? Okay. The timeline never made sense because the timeline was, and this is where things got,
it's bullshit.
A little
That's
bit at the start. Basically, you said you were up within 20 minutes of when Lily had come into the bedroom.
Listen,
Lily came in twice. Lily came in twice that morning.
Right. Malaya says.
Now, remember, he says he's not asleep in the one interview, that he's not even remotely asleep. He says in the sit-down interview, Malaya says he is asleep, but Daniel's supposedly laying with Meadow, right? He lays with Meadow of the morning while she gets Jack and Lily ready, but he's awake enough to know Lily comes in a couple times and he speaks to Lily.
8:20. So that's another thing I'm curious about, because Malaya never ever mentioned about she only ever mentioned to Belinda, to anyone, to myself, about hearing the kids. She never mentioned about seeing it. And the only time we saw that she saw Lily was in the court document, or in the documents. And then
that's right. Malaya, in the very first interview that Malaya did, I showed you guys the other day, Malaya says that Jack and Lily was playing in the other room. They woke up Meadow. She gets Meadow out of the bed and, puts her in the bed. And then a little bit later, Lily comes in their room. Daniel says he's the one that sees Lily and talks to Lily.
Then she put it at around 8:20 that Lily had come in the room. But
8:20, Lily comes in the room. About 8:20. Okay. What time was Cindy? What time did she call Cindy? 8 what?
And I thought it was odd, because to me, if a child comes in the room, there's no way the mother isn't kind of going to turn her head or be looking that way, perhaps, or something.
Okay. It's also too, Sonny, if she said 8:20, right?
Yeah, it's after.
If Malaya said 8:20, and then what did she do? Go to sleep for 8 minutes and then make that phone call?
8:28. That's a good question, Daniel. That's a very good question, right? And that's why nobody believes either one of you. If Lily came in the room at 8:20, and then at 8:28, she's calling her mom, even though she said in the documents she doesn't think she called anyone that morning. But 8 minutes later, she's calling her mom. Well, she's obviously not asleep at 6:15, and she's not asleep at 8:20 either. And by 9:30, or a little bit later than that, y'all were out searching for the kids. 9:40. Seems like there wasn't a lot of sleeping, but you guys are saying that you guys were just in and out of sleep, but certain things happen.
Right.
I understand.
The mother isn't kind of going to turn her head or be looking that way, perhaps, or something.
Okay. It's also too, Sonny, if she said 8:20, right?
Yeah, it's after.
If Malaya said 8:20, And then what did she do? Go to sleep for 8 minutes and then make that phone call?
Right.
I understand like the craziness of this, right? We don't have.
This is one of the precise reasons I do not believe either one of these lying sacks of garbage, because they both say they were in bed together all morning, but all of this stuff is happening, but they're asleep, but they're not asleep, but they know these times, but they know these emails, but they're making these phone calls. One's asleep, one's not asleep. This one says, no, this one was asleep. No, that one was asleep. This is why you can't believe either one of them. Either one of them. This is why I don't support either one of them.
An alarm clock in the room. We always used our phones, and
Yeah.
the way the bed was set up, we had an end table on each side, and we had chargers going to our phones, and they each sit on the end tables, right? Normal. And so there's no way it could have randomly been dialed, because she keeps her phone on the end table just like I keep mine.
There's no way that, Malaya could have just butt dialed that, right? But Daniel, in your sit-down interviews, you say that you were not asleep, not even remotely asleep. So wouldn't you know that?
So there was no way that was randomly dialed. So if she's seen Lily at 8:20, or heard, or whatever Malaya said, that means she would have been asleep for 8 minutes and then made a random phone call. I don't understand it. And we can jump to, I know I jump around a lot. That's a problem I have.
She did. I think you're right, Mohawk. I'm almost certain you're right. She did call Cindy. Cindy was outside feeding the horses, and then no, that was later on. She tried to call at 8:28. Her mom. There was no answer, and then after 10 o'clock, after 911 was called, she calls Cindy again, doesn't get an answer. She's out feeding her horses, and then calls Grandma. That's how it goes. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm starting to forget some of the old things. I just remembered it. I questioned him before the news came out with him being controlling. What I miss? Anyone remember the text that we heard Daniel was counting every time Malaya went to the bathroom? Yes. Yep. Sure do. Absolutely. Miss Dolores, thank you so very, very much, my dear. Appreciate you. Good to see you, Mamacitas. Thank you so much for your support, my dear. Good to see you. Happy Mother's Day, Miss Dolores. Really do appreciate that. Supposedly, Cindy was at work and she got a call. She was out feeding her horses, from what I understand. And that her feeding the horse story is not true. But I don't have credible information. Don't know.
Me too.
But I try to provide. I know, but I try to provide as much detail as I can when I talk, right? Because it's just, if I don't know about something, I can't go into detail. But everything that I
That's exactly right. That's a very good point, Miss Brandy. Her phone wasn't on the end table. At first, her phone was dead, and she had to use, I think you mean his phone, so it wouldn't still be on the charger. That's right. They said her phone was dead. But then in the documents, as Daniel says Malaya was playing on her phone. Daniel says Malaya was playing on her phone.
I know and experienced myself. I can give detail on. But
go ahead.
If she made the call at 8:28, there would have been no random button dial. Like she didn't have it on the bed.
This is why Daniel will not interview with someone like me or Deception Detective, because we would roast him. We would absolutely roast him. He's only going to go on a channel where he is speaking and he's not going to be challenged, really.
Bed, and she randomly dialed it. She was up multiple times that morning because she would have been up at the 6:17, 6:18. She marked the kids absent.
Yes.
She was up at the 8:28. She just, you just said that she
Yep.
was up at the
Playing on her
8:20.
phone.
Like I don't like dive into the stuff that Malaya's seen or experienced that morning because I just don't know, right?
But
Right. And you talked to Malaya. I haven't talked to Malaya since May 3rd when she left.
what I was pissed about
You
was
don't
that
need to
when I was
speak
on-
to her, you buffoon. You both lived the same thing. You both say you lived the same thing. You don't need to talk to her if you both lived and survived the same thing.
the live, all of a sudden I'm getting
show y'all
messages
something.
from Cheryl, and this was all to do with the drama of the money for bracelets and whatever.
Yeah.
And it was drama. Next thing I know, Cheryl tells me that Malaya's messaging me, and so then I look. So then I let I took a lot of slack for this, and yet everyone always wanted to hear from Malaya. So I
Exactly.
let Belinda and Kent know that that I'm talking to Malaya, and to give me, whatever time, right? Because obviously, it was like, oh shit, really? Malaya's messaging me? Okay, sweet. So my thing with Malaya was that you keep claiming how much you miss the children and you want them back and all this stuff, right? She's obviously, you've seen the messages, she's, obviously slagging you off. You've slagged her off,
Yeah.
a bit. But my thing is that I was pissed because I had to work that morning. So I messaged her with a kind of like a list of some things, like some questions, because I had to get going to work. So anyways, and then she basically, answered the questions, but then she kind of said, like, I think you have enough information type of thing. And I'm just like, wait a second. You're saying that you want to find out what happened to your children.
That sounds like more like a Cheryl move that she's just going to, oh, here's enough. I'm going to cut you off.
Yeah, that was pretty. So that was kind of it. Right. So I'm kind of like pissed off because I'm like really, Malaya? So, like, no, I haven't even begun to. If you sit there and say that you want answers for your children, then wouldn't you kind of be willing, you know what? Yeah, Sonny, I can answer you some questions, like later on, or, in the next few days or something like that. But it was kind of like, I don't know if it was a Cheryl Malaya thing, but it was almost like, yeah, getting cut off. And I'm just, because then Charmaine had asked me to ask some questions. And that's when she said that, I've like that she's been asked enough questions type of thing. And I was like, I haven't even gotten started in my head at all.
Oh, but there's millions of questions you could ask. I mean, it's just,
well, there is. And
I think she just tried to see. That's another thing. I don't know if it was Cheryl that was overseeing it, because Cheryl oversees everything from Malaya.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And also too, Cheryl was never Malaya's best friend.
Correct.
Before this. It was like she took that role to, I don't know, protect Malaya or oversee Malaya in some kind of way. And I find it odd because she was always friends with Cheryl's sister, Shelby.
Right, I heard. Right.
And it was like, I met Cheryl before. Like, I don't have anything bad to say really about Cheryl. I mean, she can say whatever she wants about me. I don't care. But the only—
Listen to this account in the RCMP documents. On Friday morning, Malaya's alarm went off at 6 a.m. and another one at 6:15 a.m., which was when she used the school app to mark them sick that day. Malaya then went back to sleep. Daniel and Meadow were still sleeping, and there was no other noise in the house. Malaya heard the kids playing in their bedroom around 8 a.m. Okay. At 8 a.m., Malaya obviously is awake, and she obviously knows the time. If she gives a time and she knows that the kids are awake playing in the other room. So at 8:28, she calls her mother 28 minutes later, which tells me, in my opinion, this lady was not asleep at 8 and 8:28. You're not dozing in and out of sleep and you just randomly pick up the phone and call your mom. Okay? Now, it continues. Malaya heard the kids playing in their bedroom around 8 a.m. They woke Meadow up. So she took her into the bed. So she's saying they woke Meadow up. Not they woke her up, but they woke Meadow up. Okay? Not Jack and Lily woke her up, but Jack and Lily woke Meadow up, meaning Malaya's still awake. And the kids were so loud in the next room that they woke Meadow up. Malaya heard the kids playing in their bedroom around 8 a.m. They woke Meadow up. So she took Meadow into bed and turned the TV on for her. Okay. Now, this baby is supposedly asleep at 10 p.m. 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. is a good amount of sleep, right? And if you're trying to get, this does not make sense. If you're trying to get a baby to go back to sleep, you don't turn on television. Rule number 1. Rule number 2 is you tell the other kids in the house to pipe it down. Shh. But she says she turns the television on and she doesn't tell Jack and Lily to be quiet. They're just being loud. Why do you say that? Well, because it continues. They woke Meadow up, so she took her into the bed and turned the TV on for her, then faded in and out of sleep. The kids were in the room right next to theirs, so they were loud. So they were loud. Hey, Smiley, happy Mother's Day. Well, that's exactly right, Mohawk. I think Malaya might have, which I don't believe any of this, to be honest with you, as zilch, but I like calling him out on it. At 8 o'clock, if Meadow wakes up and you turn the TV on, you turn the TV on to entertain her, not to get her back to sleep. He said MBM gave her a bottle. Where'd she make that bottle from? She'd have to go to the kitchen to do that, wouldn't she? Sarah, happy Mother's Day to you as well, my dear. Carol, Brandy, Sherry, everyone. Summer Breeze. Daniel, wow, your tax should be filed yeah. Okay. Then she faded in and out of sleep. Now listen to this. The kids were giggling, laughing, and talking to each other. The kids were in the room right next to theirs, so they were loud. So she doesn't tell the loud kids to not be quiet, that they just woke up their sister, and that she says she's putting Meadow back to sleep by turning a television on that would distract a baby after being asleep 10 hours. Got it. That makes perfect sense, Malaya. Perfect sense. Around 9:40 a.m., she heard silence and told Daniel she didn't hear the kids. This is the RCMP documents I'm reading. They got up together. and checked in the living room and outside. They started yelling for them. When they didn't hear an answer, she called 911 at 10 o'clock a.m. It was 10:01. When they didn't hear any answer, she called 911 at 10 a.m. She had to turn off the Wi-Fi to get the bars of cell service and call from one spot in the house where she could get good service, even though Janie said that's not possible. Daniel walked around yelling for them to see if he would get a reply, and eventually took the Nissan Pathfinder to go look for them in the woods. Janie was also out looking for them. She had the baby, Malaya had the baby, so she could not look. Malaya said she did not think the kids had changed their clothes from the night before, and Lily's backpack was gone. So she assumed she had it with her. She described it as a corduroy cream collared backpack with strawberries on it. Lily and Jack boots were gone. Lily wears a size 13 rainbow pink boot, and Jack wears a 10 blue dinosaur boot. Regarding their normal routine, she said the following. She clarified on a regular morning when the kids would go to school, she is up at 6:15 and she gets the kids ready, fed, and their teeth brushed before having them out of the bus at 7:28. Now, Daniel, you said Malaya puts Meadow in the bed and you lay with her every morning when she's getting the kids ready. So when she was getting the kids, when you think she was getting the kids ready, okay, so Malaya would have handed you Meadow, right? Because there was obviously a time whenever Malaya put Meadow in the bed, right? She's not going to put Meadow next to you and you not know Meadow is next to you, because you make it seem like this is a time when you're spending time with Meadow in the bed, right? So she's going to give you Meadow and be like, Daniel, here's Meadow. Here's Meadow. I'm getting the kids ready. And this would have been about 6:15 on a normal morning. You would have been awake. You would have been awake.
The only thing that she has to say about me is what she heard from Malaya. That's what all of these people that have come out and that know Malaya, it's just Malaya tells them these crazy things about me and they just run with it. Like Anita's
Daniel, nobody needs to tell crazy things about you. We have seen your text messages, the crazy ass things you say. We have heard your crazy ass interviews. Nobody needs to say anything extra. You've proven yourself.
Has never met me before. She doesn't know me.
Mhm.
But yet she just goes on about all these random things that are just crazy. Like Malaya's a prostitute. Daniel pimped out Malaya. Daniel drugged Malaya. Like what? These are all.
Well, this is coming from someone who's saying that he's innocent. He has the presumption of innocence until proven guilty. I will say that. However, he is being charged with 2 counts of SA and confinement. So, to me, someone who will SA a woman and confine a woman will do anything to a person. Anything.
All just massive clickbait shit because You know, I think like Anita's main thing is she seeks validation. There was some aspect of her life where she never received the validation that she thinks she deserves. That may be a narcissistic trait she has, because it's always about me with her. I've noticed. I have a $15,000 wedding ring. I have a Mercedes. All this other stuff is always about her. And I think she just likes that people are acknowledging her as a person. Maybe she lacked that aspect of validation growing up, or her childhood, or adulthood, or male validation, or just social validation in general.
I was going to say, let me ask you this, because Belinda said, no matter what, though, I hold you in.
Yeah. And DM tried to say the investigators told him he was truthful when DM and the docs said past. Oh my God. You want me to, it's something that he said last night. It was almost one of the last things I heard him say last night. He said on his polygraph test that he had to sign a waiver, and that if the test said that he failed the test, that he could be immediately charged with homicide from a lie detector test. No, Daniel. And for you to think people believe that, he'll say it at some point in this interview. Nobody would take a polygraph if that was the case. They cannot be used in court, not in Canada, not in the United States. I don't think really any court system at all. If you failed a test, you could be charged with homicide. You are smoking something if you think that is true.
Malaya responsible. Daniel, do you take responsibility for Jack and Lilly?
Listen. Oh my God.
This is going to be a narcissistic thing that I'm going to say. No, because I spend every morning that I don't work laying in bed with Meadow sleeping, because Meadow needed to get as much sleep as possible, because she was only a year and a half old.
He takes no responsibility for Jack and Lilly going missing. You heard him. You just heard it from his fucking lips. He takes no responsibility. Daniel, if you're ever charged with a crime and the judge says, would you like to have any remorse? Would you like to say any words of remorse? Just remember what you said right here, sir, that you take no accountability for Jack and Lilly. You are truly the most arrogant piece of garbage I have ever seen.
I spend every morning that I don't work in bed with Meadow sleeping. Well, Malaya would get the kids up for school, and I lay in bed with Meadow to make sure she doesn't wake up, so she gets as much sleep as possible. I didn't know the kids weren't going to school. I said that right off the bat. I told it.
But here's the thing. Excuse me. Meadow was not in bed with you at 6:15. She was not in bed with you at 6:15. Which would have been around the time the alarm went off. And if she's getting Jack and Lilly ready of the morning, she's not in bed with you till about 8 o'clock, according to Malaya. The timeline's a little off. I don't know, by an hour and a half.
I said that to Commander of Operations of Search and Rescue. Like, I wouldn't have kept the kids home that day. Lily popped her head a couple times into the room. She didn't have a cough. She didn't seem sick.
But this is someone that's dozing in and out of sleep, right? He talks to her. She didn't have a cough. She didn't seem sick. But I bet she seemed like she had a black eye, though, didn't she, Daniel? From allegedly Thursday. That you say she was playing with the truck and it blacked her eye. That's not how they black their eyes. When they're playing with the truck and it slips out from them, it busts their chin or their mouth. It doesn't black their eye. Blacking your eye is with your bone structure, it's back. There's nothing to black your eye when you're hitting the floor like that.
So why keep them home? He kept them home a lot. I know that Jack and Lilly, like I've been open about this at the start, but there's been so much information over the last year. A lot of the stuff I said kind of gets diluted with the amount of bullshit that's come out.
Yes.
But Lilly and Jack always had pretty low immune systems, so they would get sick easily. There was like a lot.
They didn't have low immune systems. They were perfectly healthy kids. They had neglect. If they had a low immune system, it was from malnutrition.
The times that they brought home stuff from school
and filth that was around there. And I'm sure the residue from the mass.
He had COVID or, many things, but that's not Lilly and Jack's fault for getting sick. That's like when children go to daycare, they bring home stuff. That's not their fault. It was never their fault for not going to school. A lot of times they were sick.
Well, okay, so let me ask you about this, because you said that on Wednesday that Lilly got a black eye from leaning over, I think, a Tonka truck or something like that.
Yeah.
And
I can explain that situation. So you continue and then I'll explain it.
Yeah. Well, what I was going to ask about that is, was that in any way, shape, or form why they were not in school? Because
yeah, he just said they weren't sick. Yeah, but didn't he say a while back that Lilly had a cough? Malaya said Lilly had a cough. But again, if they're healthy enough to ride around all day in town and go to this place and go to that place, they are healthy enough to go to school. If a kid doesn't have a fever, diarrhea, or vomiting, they can pretty much go to school.
Really talked about that besides you.
I was the only one. I brought that up, yeah. And I can go into depth on that. When we were over at Patty's house, and the big yellow Tonka trucks, there was like a big yellow dump truck. And if you push down on the back of the dump truck, the truck flips up, and they're the metal ones, right? It flipped up. Patty was sitting right in her leather chair, like she always sits in the living room. Me and her were sitting there. I think this might have been.
It's a common thing for kids to be playing with metal trucks and they put too much pressure on it and it slides out. They don't get a black eye. They might get their chin busted or their mouth busted, maybe their nose. It doesn't give them a black eye, though. I don't believe you, Daniel.
Been when Malaya was at the DMV or wherever she happened to go.
Okay.
Right. She was
okay. Second thing. He says Lilly was playing with the truck and Patty was sitting right there. Didn't he sit in the car? Yes. That's right, Sherry. Didn't he wait in the car? I thought he waited in the car. Because that's what you said, Daniel. You waited in the car. So now you're saying you're inside with Patty, just waiting for Malaya to get back? Why wouldn't you just go with her? You went everywhere else with her. Because you're lying. Daniel said Lilly came in the room twice. Then he says multiple times, like, why the F wouldn't one of you get up and see what they needed? Of course. That's what normal people do. Yes, he did say that. I asked about that yesterday. He didn't answer. Yeah. He says he'll answer questions. He doesn't actually answer questions.
Lily pushed down on it, and the Tonka truck swung up and hit her in the face.
Be interviewed with me, he would answer questions. You would answer questions because I would hold you to it.
And she was crying and stuff. And
but you're too
usually when kids get hurt, you comfort them and stuff, right? Because that was like a pretty crazy thing for a kid the truck to always swing up. And I mean, my kid.
Well, yeah, exactly. Justin, I have 4 children and 5 little grandchildren, and not one of them have had black eyes. Well, according to Daniel, they got black eyes all the time. They were prone to accidents, he says. I've got 3 children. None of them have ever had a black eye. That is not to say that accidents can't happen, but even if the kid does get a black eye, they don't get them all the time, period, in the conversation. That's what he does. He swerves and avoids, and nobody holds his ass to the fire with the questions. They just let him say what he says, and they move on. They don't say, well, Daniel, why did you say this on this day? Let me pull it up for you. Answer the question. And then have a follow-up question to his response.
Kids have had this before too, where you push down on the big Tonka trucks and they swing up and hit you in the face. I mean,
but again, if Sonny would press back at him, he's not going to stay up there 10 hours. He's not going to stay up there 10 hours.
That even happened to me as a kid. But yeah, like I don't know for 100% if she had the black eye, but it definitely hit her in the face. And usually black eyes don't form right away, right? They usually take like a few days, and then they'll start to turn purple, and then they'll make their way.
Daniel said Patty didn't want him there. That is why he was in the car, from what I had written down. He tried to normalize bruises and abuse and authority to kids and MBM's whole time, in my opinion. I know, and it is so frustrating. So frustrating. I have literally been on this case since day one, and I have seen this mother lie. It's crazy. Joanne, happy Mother's Day, darling. Thank you so very much, my dear. Thank you so much. They had mishaps, but never bruising around the eyes. This is rare unless a child has hemophilia or unless they are punched, period. Absolutely. Absolutely. 1000%. Wait till you hear, if you haven't heard this, wait till you hear this fucker say about the CPS and how Jack and Lily were misbehaved. They would be violent with each other. He would say just absolutely horrible things. Horrible things. It makes me so mad, y'all. I cannot even tell you. It makes me so pissed off that Jack and Lily didn't have a fucking chance. And that this bastard is up here lying. And I mean lying through his teeth. And if you don't think he is, you don't have a fucking brain. You don't. It is unquestionable that he's lying. They did not have a chance. I believe Wade whenever he says they flinched. If you would like, raise your arm. I believe that. You know why? Look at their pictures. You can tell many times that a child is abused or neglected just by their posture and the way they look as well. Jack would hold his little fingers like this a lot of times in photos. He would be up here just like this. That's a comfort. That's a comfort. Trying to soothe themselves. A 4-year-old trying to soothe himself. Poor baby.
Way to like a yellowish color, and then as bruising progresses, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they always
because what bruising is the blood is trapped between your layers of skin, and the body needs to dissolve that blood that's trapped, and that's why it changes color over time, and eventually the body has a way of dissipating the blood that's trapped between the skin.
But so did that have anything to do with the fact that they didn't go to school because of CPS before?
No, Malaya said they were sick. As I said, I wouldn't have kept them home.
And he thinks a lot of this is just funny.
From school. I mean,
not the Friday.
This even attitude that he has here, this attitude is questionable right here. The tone of his voice is questionable even. A person that is grieving, that is missing, that is talking about something so serious as not one child, but 2 children going missing, doesn't have excitement in their voice. They don't constantly speak about how innocent they are, but it's more of the tone of his voice. There is no grief in his voice at all. There is no hope in his voice. It's all, yeah, well, RCMP would put their hand on, Daniel, go to hell.
But the Thursday?
Peace. No.
You said
no.
Thursday. But then you said
they were sick. They were sick on Thursday, but I wouldn't have kept them home on Friday.
Both, or just the one?
It was Lily. It was just Lily.
It was just Lily. Right?
Yeah,
that's how I took it. That it was just Lily.
But usually when they stayed home, they both stayed home together. Like most of the time.
And it's not like I.
Lucy's friend, thank you so much, my friend, for becoming a member. Really do appreciate you. Thank you so much. Good to see you, my love. Happy Mother's Day to you. Good to see you. And thank you very, very much, love. He is the epitome of narcissistic.
Wouldn't agree with that.
I think, in my opinion, he is unconscionably evil. And I think he does anything to hide it. I think there is a side to Daniel where he doesn't even think about his actions that he's done. It's just there is no thinking before the motherfucker speaks. There's no thinking. It's just an instant answer. No impulse control, no time to even self-reflect on what he's going to say. It's just defensive. Everyone is wrong. I am the innocent one. I am at no fault whatsoever. You heard him say it, of Jack and Lily's disappearance or any neglect or any abuse or any bruises or any no food in the house or rugs or clothes, winter coats, anything. None of that is his fault. It's not his fault that Malaya lost her check or whatever. None of it. He is perfect, right? He acts like he's the rescue squad, but half the emergency is him.
That as a parent, usually it's like, if I don't send one, I'll just keep the other home as well and stuff.
Well, the restrictions on kids going to school when they're sick are a lot different after COVID, right?
Yeah.
They want you to keep your kids home if they're sick. If they have a fever, keep them home for a longer amount of.
We are speaking about children who missed 40 some days of school. 40 some days of school. There's what, 180 days of school, something like that. They missed 40 some days of school. Right? Think of it like this. There's only about 20 days in a month of school days. They missed over 2 months of school. 2 months of school. I know, Joyous. I know.
Of time. Don't just send them right back to school.
Now, only because you did talk about this, but we never talked about it. Okay, yep. So you said something just to ask you.
But Daniel says they got a low immune system. They're sick all the time. But if they have a low immune system and they're sick all the time, why didn't one of you mothers get up there and check on them throughout the night? How about that, Daniel? Nobody went there to see if they wasn't feeling good. Even if they're not sick, why didn't you check on your kids? Hello, come on.
I was asking you about the relation. First of all,
we're not even talking about teenagers. We're talking about a preschooler and kindergarten age, 4 and 6.
How did you and Malaya meet? Can I ask you?
We met on Facebook dating.
Oh, right. Okay, that was it. Sorry,
yeah,
I was gonna say. Okay, and then you guys had basically been together a couple of weeks, and then you guys were all living in Patty's?
Yeah, I was living at my friends in Westfall, and she asked me, she said, like, instead of you traveling from...
I don't think he checked on them at midnight. I think that's when he removed them, is at midnight, and that's why he's saying that, in my opinion.
Westfall to Truro every day to come see me. I'm going to ask Patty if, you can just move in here. And I said, like, yeah, me and Malaya really liked each other. At the start of every relationship, right? It's perfect until it's not.
Exactly, just peachy. In a trailer with mold, mice, and math, how can they not be sick? Yes, and just lack of nutrition and a toxic situation mentally. And abuse and neglect. Fucking bruises all the time. How can they not be sick? How could they not have a low immune system? Right?
That's how all relationships work. But yeah, she asked me, do you want to move in instead of traveling over here? Like, you're traveling like 45 minutes almost every day to come over and see me, right? And like sometimes I would go over there, and after work, and I would stay the night. Then I would have to get up at like 4:30 or 5 in the morning and drive all the way to work. And so she said, yeah, you can, like, Patty's like, yeah, go ahead. I like Daniel. He can move in. I have nothing bad to say about Patty. Patty is one of the sweetest old ladies I have ever met.
Yeah.
I appreciate Sunny what she's getting ready to say here.
She's a drinker, likes her booze, and stuff like that. But I'm not going to sit here and judge on that. I think she put you sitting in the vehicle. I know she got some, I think that she said some things that weren't accurate necessarily in the documents, but if there's one thing I'll say, and I'm sorry, but I feel like that Patty was like a bank machine, exactly. And she was always trying to help out Malaya, in a lot of ways and stuff like that.
They milked Patty, milked her, and Malaya probably still is milking her, because don't think maybe she's got a job still, I don't know, but I mean, think about their priorities. On Thursday, they went and got gas. They went to the Dollarama. They went to Walmart, or maybe this was Wednesday. Either way. And they went and got takeout food, and they went to Starbucks. On Patty's dime, because they went and returned the credit card back to her. Somebody that is pinching pennies is not getting takeout, and they're certainly not going to Starbucks. Right? They milked this woman. Hopefully you had a good day, dear. Good night. Happy Mother's Day.
I see Patty as just a very generous, kind grandmother who always, no matter what, you know, just very lovable, kind.
Yeah, Patty was Patty is, I should say. Like, Patty is an amazing person. I used to sit down with Patty so many times. As I smoke nicotine vapes, right? So I would go outside when she would have a cigarette, and she would tell me like all her old stories from, her, in Ontario campgrounds, and they have bugs or someone smokes cigarettes, or none of us have ever done this before, and or choose, to whatever, right? And so everybody makes their own choices. And that's the best part about life, because everybody.
Yeah, that's right, Daniel. And you made your choice. And I believe the RCMP will make you pay for
unique. And
it's none of my business. I'm talking about abuse of stuff like that with anyone. I'll ask you though, Daniel. So what propelled you and Malaya to move into the trailer?
Yeah, I can actually tell you that. Sometimes when Patty would drink, she would, have firm words with Malaya. She's trying to keep Malaya on the right track in life, right? So Malaya wouldn't, because when you reach a certain age, you can see when people are making mistakes in their life, or they want to help them with their life. But some people just don't know how to express the goodwill you're trying to give them, right? And Patty would always just try to steer Malaya in the best direction, because.
Yeah, Daniel was giving us life advice last night. He was constantly, he says, trying to steer Malaya in the best direction. Was the greatest father figure that ever lived, folks.
She's like almost 70, or she is 70 now. And she has a lot of life experience, and she wanted to give that life experience to Malaya. But some people are stubborn, and they don't want to listen or take others' opinions into consideration, right? And it's your choice to do that. You get to choose. You're the CEO of your.
It's amazing. Everything is everyone else's fault except Daniel's. That's it.
Life, right? And so, like, she didn't like when Patty would sometimes drink and then had words with Malaya, and she wanted to.
Y'all liked her money.
She wanted to escape from that, but what the big driver was why Malaya wanted to move, she wanted to get away from Cindy.
Did Cindy? So at this point, is Cindy in Wentworth, and Patty?
That's it, Holly. That's one of the best comments. He's going to make a great prison counselor. That is so true. Yes, girl.
Well, she obviously.
No, Cindy lives on College Road.
Is that in Wentworth?
That's right up the road from Patty's.
Oh, okay.
Patty's former residence, yeah.
Okay.
And
okay.
So Cindy would always criticize Malaya, and
let me tell you something. You're exactly right. Daniel throws everyone under the bus, including Patty, talking about her drinking when he is, a math crystal. Yeah, wow, Daniel. He threw his mother under the bus. And he will throw his mother under the bus as well. When Durwood came out there, and Durwood was mad, and he was yelling at Janie. When he was yelling at her, Daniel says he was in the trailer asleep. You was running like the bitch you are, Daniel.
All this is true facts I've experienced with my own eyes. I'm not lying. I'm not trying to make someone look bad or anything like that. I'm being true to myself and true to the experiences that I've had. And Cindy would always criticize Malaya and, try to tell her how to live her life. And,
if you're living under her house and she is literally feeding you, guess what? Then grow the fuck up and be a man, Daniel. Be a woman, Malaya. Be a dad, Daniel. Be a mom, Malaya. Get your asses to work and take care of your shit.
Many aspects. Malaya didn't want to live the same life that Cindy did, right? Cindy's a nurse. She looked after Wade because Wade never had a job or never did anything. And,
I don't think are they not together anymore? Actually, I think
I have no idea. I only know what the internet tells me.
Oh, okay.
And I think it was Anita that said that.
I think so.
So,
Yeah.
like,
I mean,
Anita may have like some truth into what she says about Malaya and Cindy and Wade and that side, right? Because she knows them. She's met them. She's interacted with them. She has the same, experiences with them that, they have shared experiences, right? Because they talk and they spend time with each other. Anita doesn't know me or mom. She has no right to speak on anything to do with me and mom.
So, okay. So you feel like Malaya now, because Patty,
exactly, Susie Q,
for the most part,
exactly.
didn't she kind of raise both Hayden and Malaya?
Yeah, she did. When I was there with Malaya, Hayden was also there as well sometimes, and but Hayden would sometimes jump back and forth to spending time with Cindy's and then spending time with at Patty's, right? But Hayden would come and go, like, being a teenager, right? That's what teenagers do. They don't want to spend time with their mom or their grandmother. They want to do their own thing. They're friends, and so he like kind of jumped around.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, after her, well, actually, no, I'm not even going to bring that up because it's of no real relevance to Jack and Lily, that part of it. So anyway, so you guys move in now. I keep meaning to ask you this question because I'm going to.
I hear Wade and Cindy aren't together anymore.
Jump around for 1 second. You said just after 12. I mean, sorry, I'm just jumping around because I'm going to forget this question if I don't ask it because I've been trying to remember it a couple times now. You said on Thursday night while going into the May 2nd that you went in, turned on the light, or whatever, checked on Jack and Lily, and that they were both under the covers. Now, what I want to ask you is this: when you said under the covers, are you literally meaning they were fully under the covers?
No, I do understand where the public and the true crime community takes that as you couldn't see them.
Well, right.
What I mean by under the covers is the blankets were up to their neck, right? And the reason why I said that as well is it did happen. I did flick on the light. It was after 12. They were both sleeping.
You don't flick on the light at midnight. You just don't turn on the light like that and wake them up.
And the blankets were up to their necks, but I didn't see what they were wearing.
Right.
And that's why I asked investigators. I said, "Can I see the CCTV footage so I can see if the clothes are here at the house?" Because all Jack and Lily's belongings were here at the house.
Why would you guys washed clothes every 6 weeks? They didn't have any clean clothes, according to Malaya. Malaya didn't change them because all of the clothes was in the bag. She was too lazy to unwrap a bag and put clean clothes on her children. So I don't believe you, Daniel, whenever you say, "Could I see the video at the Dollarama?" And I tell you something, this makes me more suspicious that things started escalating around the time at the Dollarama, or something happened there, because he's saying this. He said he wanted to see the video. It wasn't because of clothes. Wasn't because of clothes. Number one. Number two, Daniel runs into a work buddy at the Dollarama, but the work buddy gives a completely different time, 2-3 hours earlier, he says. And in my opinion, he said that because there was probably some sort of rugs that was exchanged at the Dollarama.
And that would be the best teller of the description of what they would have on. But investigators are not allowed to do that with me because they said, "Daniel, the footage is considered evidence, and you're a witness. You're a witness to the case." So
You're a witness to the case. You're a witness to the case? Daniel's a witness to the case. You're so ridiculous. I don't even know what to say.
We can't give a witness
so
evidence.
Ridiculous.
Right? Because I'm
You can't give a witness evidence?
Never considered criminally involved or a suspect, technically a suspect, because it's a missing persons case. It's not a criminal investigation. It's never made that pivoting point.
No. I mean,
it will make.
And Daniel, it won't make that point. It will not make that pivoting point until they come and knock on the door and there's an arrest. Because it hasn't reached that point right now, don't think it's not happening. Don't think the RCMP is not working. Don't think that there's not arrest coming. Buddy, boy. Tough titty on that one. That's all I can say. Donna, 17 months. What a legend. Thank you so very much, my dear. My guest in the chat. Happy Mother's Day to you, my friend. Really, really do appreciate you. Thank you so very much for your support, my love. Good to see you. Guys, make sure you're hitting that thumbs up button and sharing out the live. Consider becoming a member of the Pearl family. He asked for Dollarama video to be released. He knows it's not going to be released. He says that kind of stuff to make it look like, oh, I'm transparent. Oh, I'm working with the RCMP. Oh,
Make that pivoting point when
you don't mean shit.
There is evidence of a criminal action where they're going to lay charges.
Correct. Yep.
So it's a lot of the public isn't aware of the way investigations are conducted or how.
Daniel, anybody that is in true crime on the daily, like we are, we know how investigations are conducted, sir. Don't flatter yourself, you dumbass.
How law enforcement policies and guidelines have to be strictly followed. I mean, I've been through this, so I had to learn very quickly on everything from.
What do you mean you've been through this? You're going through this, you mother chicken. You're being charged with 2 counts of SA and confinement. You get used to it.
How interrogations work and the formal interviews and what they can do, like law enforcement can do, the limitations that they have and evidence collecting. I've got to learn all on that, and I've worked hand in hand with them trying to.
He's an expert, guys.
Do everything I can to find as much evidence as humanly possible to find Lily and Jack, and I've
evidence. You should be complex.
I've cooperated fully with that.
Perplexed, rather.
Well,
in every aspect.
I was gonna say, like, at the end of the day, Daniel, I just want to reference that, your innocence or guilt or anything like that with Jack and Lily's case. Again, you guys, I'm not here for that part of it today at all. Like, I'm just, Daniel said he could how I like, not just, matter that
you can familiarize yourself with, right? Because you have kids. You're in that world where you're trying to do something positive for families or the children.
Well, when I had followed, I just heard it's hard looking what
dragged into invest or dragged them. They've changed so many of my friends' lives as well. They've drugged them into this or dragged them into this, which they should have never been, dragged into an investigation or case like this. Like, take Jordan, for example. Jordan has nothing to do with anything. And it was just Darren that, just being in the, the proximity of
Jordan, aren't you, baby? Aren't you, Dan?
Darren, because Jordan's his son and he's my friend. Jordan got dragged into this. My friend Chance got dragged into this. All Chance ever tried to do was help find Lily and Jack. People don't understand that. People attack Chance for no reason.
That's all.
He did more than all Malaya's.
He was your dope dealer. Come on.
Family put together. Chance walked through the woods with me. Adam came through the woods with me. They tried to help. That's why I went there and I recruited them to try to help find Lily and Jack. They have big hearts. They've met Lily and Jack. Adam many more times. They know Malaya. They know Lily.
Then they know you're a fucking liar too. Enoch, thank you so much, babe. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for getting 5 pearl necklaces. Really, really appreciate that, my friend. Enoch, you were given some hell last night. You were giving Daniel some hell last night, and I appreciate that. Enoch was in there like me. I couldn't type fast enough. I was doing voice to text. I was like behind 5 minutes. I was like, I sound like a damn turkey last night. Talking into the voice to text. I was pissed last night. Thank you so much. If you received that, one of those pearl necklaces, make sure you thank Enoch. Hayden, Jordan, Chance are all good guys. Dan loves his buddies. Yeah. He loves their crystal.
And Jack on a personal level because they've been in front of them.
And
to accuse these people, I mean, not you, Sonny, but I mean, some of these channels that attack them, that's disgusting.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I never actually got into and I'm sorry, what's Darren's son's name again?
Jordan.
I don't like, for me, about this case, regardless,
too,
it's just about answers for Jack and Lilly.
Yeah,
I'm not into the drama side of you really, like, the disappearance. Believe it's whether some call them that, and rational.
There's 10 hours.
I'm kind of gonna.
Let me get to the next. Okay. He goes and pees.
Say that, and it destroys.
All right, listen to this.
And Sonny, you can.
Maybe 2:37:20.
Know him.
Okay, there we go.
I never talked to him before.
Oops.
I have nothing against. He never had a problem.
Yeah.
Badly for a minute.
Yeah, because actually he just asked me if I was going to bring him up, and I was like, yeah, and then I'll go back to what I was going to say.
I'll say this: I never had a problem with Bradley. I don't know him. I never talked to him before. I have nothing against Bradley. I know he doesn't like my family and everything, but I never had a problem with Bradley.
It like I tell you guys, it gets my goat to know, in my opinion, at least, I have to say, my opinion, that this mofo knows exactly what happened to these two beautiful, innocent little babies, and just pretends like he doesn't know anything. He is not accountable for anything. He is the best thing since sliced bread. And he's just up there lying when I believe he did the worst to them.
As I said, like, people can do whatever they want, right? If he wants to do whatever he wants to do, that's fine with me. I'll do whatever I want to do. Sonny, you can do whatever you want to do.
Exactly.
It's not.
He's manipulating his shit. I did notice that, actually. Bradley, like he loves to hear his own voice, is what it is. Like belittling Brad, like he's a child, calling him that. That's how I see it. Daniel, you intimidate nobody. Nobody.
As long as you're not hurting others, that's completely respectable, right? I never had a problem with Bradley.
So okay, so
I never openly bashed Bradley and said, "Oh, Bradley's a terrible person." Bradley, we all make mistakes in our lives, right?
Daniel doesn't like anybody that can see his BS.
Like I've done drugs before. I'm ashamed of that.
He considers Bradley a threat because Bradley actually told the truth about what happened that night. Brad, to the RCMP.
But like, that's honestly ashamed of
the things you do. Don't the things you do don't. You can learn from the mistakes you made, and you become a better person. Like that's what I've done over the last year is grow as a person, and I hope everyone can actually identify that and see it. And but the actions you make in life, they don't determine the outcome of your life. I mean, not unless they're extremely. They're not mistakes at that point. If you did something extremely,
this is going to be your outcome, Daniel.
Bad to others and harm them.
Let me just, this is going to be Daniel's outcome right here.
RCMP, open up.
That's going to be your outcome, in my opinion.
Right? To the point where it destroys someone else's life. Like, I've never done that. So, Like I can openly say I never abused women. I never abused children. And I'll openly say that, and I will declare that I never done that until my last day ever on this planet. I don't do that.
Well, I was gonna say, right? I mean, for me, even like at work
He
and
don't
stuff,
abuse
it's just like,
women. He don't abuse
it's just about being
children.
honest and truthful to me, right? I mean, but then by the same token, it's just like I said, I don't know you. I don't know Malaya. I'm just anything I'm following is just by what I'm seeing.
We got a YouTube feature. We're being featured on YouTube on the main page. That's amazing. Thank you, YouTube. It's amazing. Thank you for sending me that. I appreciate that.
But you know me more than you do Malaya. So you have that little bit of insight where it paints a clearer picture. I mean, the canvas is not complete, but at least
Anna Mountain, thank you so much for sending the Mother's Day jewel. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you for sending me that, Daph. I appreciate you. I missed that earlier. Thank you so much for sending the Mother's Day jewel. Appreciate you.
At least you have an outline, right? And that's the most important thing you start with in a picture when you paint it or draw it. You start with the outline first, and then you color it in as you go along. You have the outline, Sonny.
I know you've changed. I mean, for me, it's clear as day that you're talking a whole lot different when you were talking on Charmaine's channel, meaning whether it's deemed as you've pulled yourself together better, and that's you're going to be he's been trying to fuck
your Sonny.
Who didn't say his name? Like, if there's one thing I've never done with Brad,
I don't either because I don't know him, right? So,
but I was going to say, but when you and your mom were talking this time, and there's one thing like I said I never judged, was that I realized
or down or a pond or a beaver's dam up a stream down there, and I like to fish pond in two separate times. Yeah, I met Justin Smith before two separate times. First time I ever met him is when he lived at the address right there at the end of McLeod Road. And there's a pond or a beaver's dam up a stream down there. And I like to fish. So it was actually me and Chance that went down there and fished before. And he was like yelling at us. He's just like, because he thought we were like, trapping animals or something in his property. And he had farm animals, right? So that's understandable. So we went and talked to him. He's just like, oh, make sure you guys weren't doing anything on the property. He said, no, we were just fishing. That was my first time I ever talked to Justin Smith. Right. Okay. And then the second time I ever talked to Justin Smith was Mom wanted to get some type of wire from him, like some type of electrical wire, like heavy duty electrical wire.
Okay.
And she asked Justin Smith.
Okay. Electrical wire, math head. Electrical wire, math head. You're stripping electrical wire, math head, maybe.
Like, can you get like electrical wires or something like that? And he came to the yard one day and pulled in the yard and he said like, yeah, bingo. Like, I know I was supposed to get your mom some wire and I can do that for her soon. And I said like, all right. Like, I don't know if he knew who I was at that point, but yeah, I said like, that's okay. He's like, and then he just drove away. So he was at the house at one time and I talked to him, but I only ever talked to Justin Smith twice.
Okay. Now, thank you.
We do, Daph. It's crazy. We do that all the time.
You're so full of shit, Daniel. I heard the recording of what you said. And by the way, I'm not pro anyone. You three are responsible and sit here and say you take no responsibility. It's pathetic. Now, obviously, those are very strong words, towards you.
He takes no responsibility.
Do you have any reply to that at all?
He could say whatever he likes. I mean, everyone has the right to say whatever they want. That's completely like valid, right? He can say whatever he likes, just like you can say whatever you like. Yeah. I can say whatever I like. It all boils down to free speech, right? Everyone has the right to an opinion.
Yeah, well, so kind of going back to this, if you don't mind, I'm gonna take that off.
I don't know what recording he speaks of. Like I have no idea, and
I don't know either. Actually,
someone could send that to me, like, because if there was recordings of that, I imagine that would be all over the internet. And people would be attacking me for it.
I don't know. Actually, when I read that, I'm not sure. Brad, I'm not sure of what actually recording you're talking about either. But okay, but going back to that. So Justin talks about him hearing a vehicle, at about 1:30. Brad says that he heard a vehicle basically between 12 and 5 going back a few times. First of all, what was the vehicle? Kia Kia?
A black Kia Rio with 5-speed. First of all,
Did you have?
I'm going to say this openly. I never owned a Kia, ever. I never owned a black Kia Rio, ever. I don't know how to drive a 5-speed. I've only ever had automatic vehicles.
Okay.
And I can run through the list of vehicles that I've had in my name that have.
I wish you lived in the United States. I would know every vehicle that you ever had.
The registration and the titles sitting right here. I can run through all the vehicles I've ever owned.
Just because what I was told was.
Well, let's just say this, Daniel. Your neighbor knows your vehicle. Your neighbor knows your vehicle and what it sounds like. And they both said it was your vehicle. So I don't give a damn if it's a 5-speed, if it's a Kia, if it's a Pinto, or if it's horse and buggy. They know what it sounds like. You know what your neighbor's car sounds like, your car sounds like, your significant other's car sounds like. They know.
Was that it was like your auntie's? That what's
2 neighbors on
what's
each
that live
side
down the
of
road
them.
near your dad?
Yeah. I don't but I don't remember.
Yes, and you're exactly right. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Let me find it. Brad Wong, this is from the RCMP court documents. Brad Wong said he did not wish to provide a statement, but was willing to have a conversation with police. He said in the early hours of May 2nd, 2025, he heard a loud vehicle coming and going in the area of 1407 Gerlach Road. He said his residence is at an elevated position of Daniel's residence, and he could see the vehicle lights over the treetops. Okay. He said the vehicle left 3 or 4 times after midnight into the early hours of the morning. He said the vehicle would drive off in the distance and he could hear it stop and then return. He said it remained in earshot the entire time. Okay. So don't know what you mean, Daniel, by he said anything about a Kia or anything like that. Again, you lie. Okay, Julius, love you, baby. We'll probably be here.
Automatic vehicles.
Okay.
And I don't know how to drive a 5-speed. I've only ever had automatic vehicles.
Okay.
And I can run through the list of vehicles that I've had in my name that have the registration and the titles sitting right here. I can run through all the vehicles I've ever owned.
Daniel, you can't run through the last 6 months of vehicles you've wrecked, let alone anything else.
Just because what I was told was that it was like your auntie's. That what's ones that live down the road near your dad.
Yeah. I don't but I don't remember them owning a black Kia Rio.
Okay.
Like that's what I do. I don't know, right? And I've never owned one. I've never drove a black Kia Rio, so none of that applies to me. There was no vehicles that came into the yard.
Yeah, there was.
Or left the yard.
Yeah, there was.
On Thursday coming into Friday.
Yes, there was.
Well, see, that's the thing is that Justin said that the camera, and this is where DT got his information wrong or whatever, but Justin said that, because Justin, I talked to him, Justin Smith, a little bit there, and all he wanted was, justice for Jack and Lilly. And by the way, I mean, he didn't, he said nice things about your mom, by the way. But his thing was, is that those cameras, that camera out front was not working. He said because the owners of the POA, I think it is called POA, they would have showed him a picture or told him about it. And then, but I also know that the cameras weren't working at that very corner house across from the railroad tracks, right? And I think that's kind of what makes this case really difficult is because I feel like because you live in a rural area, that the digital data and Ring doorbell cameras, they just don't exist the same,
But
right?
the thing is, Sonny, when you take a look at the RCMP statement,
Yeah.
right? They said they have over 8,000 digital images and videos, 8,000. So they
Right.
could go from either direction. They even have the highway cameras, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But
Yeah, but Daniel, the videos can be videos of you, an interview. It doesn't mean surveillance videos.
the ones that are in the vicinity of where your
Yes.
home
So
is,
dumb.
those ones weren't working. Any of them. The only one I think that was working
Mhm.
was Brad's, but his wasn't even facing your way.
Yet his brother drives a stick, and yet Daniel advertised that stick, that car. How interesting. Trail cam footage, yeah.
You know what I mean? It would have been facing. And yes, there was other ones. There was another one a couple doors down, I believe, from the one across the railroad tracks. And yes, there was something I think up, like further up Garlic Road there.
Bingo, Sarah.
But just meaning like, you know,
Yes.
I think that where this case lies is one of those things is that there's just nothing because of the circumstances.
Oh, I
We know
think we
something's
have
happened to Jack.
There's a lot of stuff too that people don't think about. When you think about from this this point of view, we can call it, major crimes has the ability to triangulate right when you triangulate cell phone signals, right?
It's going to be so interesting when the unrelated charges happen for Daniel. And you know, we won't learn everything, but we'll learn some stuff. What some things that they have against Daniel, that the prosecutor says that they have overwhelming, more than enough evidence, or they wouldn't have taken this to trial, wouldn't have charged him. And I think Daniel will see the power that the RCMP actually has. And again, he 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 has a public defender right now, right? And he is speaking with his public defender, I'm sure, I would think at least. And he's got to be shaking in his boots because he's got to know some of the evidence that is against him right now in that case. And yet he's up here speaking about Jack and Lily's case, just pretending like I have zilch, nada, I'm innocent, all of this.
They have to ping off towers, right? And they can triangulate all the cell phones that've been in.
Daniel, you said there's no cell phone service there.
In the area, right?
Yeah.
And they have the
And Daniel, guess what? If they don't take their fucking phones, nothing triangulates either.
ability to do that.
But the thing is that, like, no offense to you, but there are fucking a lot of idiots that fucking do crimes and they freaking take their ass phones with them. But I would like to think that if somebody's going to do something with children, that they would not be taking, because everyone knows that digital data is the footprint to most cases being solved by people claiming that, like the Koberger case, turns off his phone prior to the killings, turns it back on, you know, and the digital, whoops, baby monkey new member. Thanks. Yeah, I desert you in a second for dessert. Right. Anyway, thanks, baby monkey. You know, but I would like to think, you know, like that even the dumbest criminal would not take their phone with them if they're going to freaking go bury kids and shit like that. Right. I mean, I'd like to think that, you know, because
well, they could also too, major crimes could also see that my phone was never moved. It was connected to Wi-Fi for that whole time. And
Jane Doe, yeah, he did. But here's the thing between when someone truly thinks they make mistakes, you don't have to ask them the questions. Can you admit to a mistake? And I don't really care about the mistakes with Malaya so much. I care about the mistakes with Jack and Lily.
And we only drove Malaya's
Which you
car,
said he
right?
didn't make
So
any.
and every car that has GPS installed into it, I think it's after like 2007 or 2008, right? Every vehicle contains a black box. That's what I refer to it as. So they can tell when a vehicle moves at what certain times,
Yeah.
or they can see like how fast the vehicle goes, or how many times it's put in drive or reverse. Every vehicle has a black box after a certain date, and it's stored in the CPU unit.
Daniel, first of all, you're telling this to a true crime audience like they don't know, and you're telling this to Sonny. Number one. Number two, if it's not within a certain date, which I don't believe your vehicle was, they don't see that. They don't have the computer diagnostics for to search that because they can't. And number three, where is your car? Where'd that car go, Daniel?
Or the ECU in a vehicle, it's called ECU.
Yeah.
The one that, oh, that's very interesting. You've been looking it up. Oh, how interesting. Such an innocent soul looking stuff like that up. You know, the one you did the interview about in the article, and you said that your car had been broke down and you've been getting a ride with coworkers. Where'd that car go, Daniel?
The electronic computer, the module or ECM. So they can tell like when Malaya's vehicle moved and where did it go. And we only drove Malaya's vehicle because we got it on April 1st, right?
You had a vehicle at your dad's house, though, right? That wasn't actually running. That's correct?
No, I don't. My dad owns those vehicles. I don't own them.
Holy fucking shit. I didn't realize he said that. First of all, you can hear a change in his voice. He's so predictable. No, my dad owns that. You absolutely. I need to find that article. It's that very long article that I think Belinda is in. I can't remember who it's with. And Daniel says he's got a vehicle. I think it says that it's at his dad's house. Oh my God. Daphne, do you know where that article is? It's that really long article. I can't remember who it's by. Boy, that's very interesting that he just completely. Yes, the Globe. Yes, let me see here. Globe and Mail. Car. Let me see here. What? It wants me to. Let me see here. I think I'm almost certain I have a subscription with them. Give me a second, guys. You might have you sent. Oh, you're a blessing, Daph. Thank you so much. Blessing. Oh, shit. Here we go. You are such a piece of shit, Daniel. Such a piece of shit. Lying on these babies like this. Okay. Here we go. Let me find it. Bear with me 1 second. Okay, here we go. The family was under pressure. A confluence of financial woes left the couple turning to relatives for help. Like many lower tier workers at the mill, Daniel had been cut back to one shift a week during the spring thaw because of the annual ban on heavy logging trucks and soggy local roads. His car, meaning Daniel's, meaning car, his car was off the road because it needed repairs he couldn't afford, wasn't drivable, and he had to rely on his uncle, who also worked at the mill, to take him to work, or Malaya, whose maternal grandmother had recently helped her buy a white Nissan SUV. Daniel's father, Earl, said he bought the couple groceries and gas and provided firewood to heat the home. Daniel, however, denied having money problems and claimed to the friends that he was getting into investing and turning his life around after a divorce. There you go. There you go. You lying sack of garbage. And it's so interesting how Daniel here keeps saying that he's turning his life around. He's turning his life around in this very interview that he did last night. But that he was getting and investing and all that. Daniel, investing is not going on to the online casinos, because that's how you bought your Escalade. You won $5,000 on the online casino, and that's how you bought the Escalade. No mercy, the dodge, the dodge, the dodge, the dodge. Yeah. It's Tucka. It's Tucka. Mother chuckas. Listen to his voice right here. Listen to how Sonny said.
Or they can see like how fast the vehicle goes. And it's stored in the CPU the module or ECM. So they can tell. Got it on April 1st, right? No, I don't.
At your dad's house, though, right? That
Listen
wasn't
to
saved.
We got it on April 1st.
Listen to this.
Right?
You had a vehicle at your dad's house, though, right? That wasn't saved running. That's correct?
No, I never. I don't. My dad owns those vehicles. I don't own them.
Oh, okay.
I sometimes drove my father's vehicles. Yeah.
He's so lying. He is lying his ass off. Daniel, you know it. I know it. Everyone knows it, that you had a vehicle at your dad's. In fact, I believe your dad actually told on you in this RCMP. I think he's the one that said, well, he's got the car here. Magdalena, thank you so much, darling, for gifting a pearl necklace. Appreciate you, my dear. Thank you so much, my love. If you received that, make sure you give our Magdalena a big, big thank you. Thank you so much for your support, my dear. He really is, Nick. He really is. Thank you, Miss Magdalena. Magdalena was going off last night, too.
Okay.
But not after me and Malaya got the white Nissan Pathfinder. We exclusively only drove that vehicle.
It's very interesting how he first of all stops And then he's like, no, after Malaya got that vehicle, Daniel, she only got the damn vehicle the day before, you dummy. Now, you might convince someone who doesn't know this case, but she only got the vehicle the day before. We only drove that exclusively for a whole 24 hours. Are you serious, Daniel? This is the lying that he's doing. And you got to ask, why is he lying on a 4 and a 6-year-old?
Electronic computer, where did it go? And
right? That wasn't saved.
Because we got it on April 1st, right?
You had a vehicle at your dad's house, though, right? That wasn't saved.
I've got this actually sped up to 1.25 because it's a long ass interview. But
okay. And where did it go? Right?
You had a vehicle at your dad's house, though, right? That wasn't say running. That's correct.
No, I never. I don't. My dad owns those vehicles. I don't own them.
Oh, okay.
I sometimes drove my father's vehicles. Yeah.
Okay.
But not after me and Malaya got the white Nissan Pathfinder. We exclusively only drove that vehicle.
We exclusively only drove that for a whole 24 hours. Now it's me and Malaya's vehicle. Yeah. I don't think Sonny really believed him there. And I don't want to speak for her, but she's like, you could just, oh, okay. Yeah. RCMP absolutely knows. The vehicle registered on April 30th. It also has to have a safety done on it in order to get it registered. The vehicle was registered on April 30th. It also had to have a safety done on to get it registered. Interesting. Very, very interesting there. Okay.
Oh, okay. Just quickly before I forget, Belinda had asked, I think she said, do you know who married somebody's son? Shoot. What was it? I had it up. Do you know who?
And that's right. It's her vehicle, you jerk, not yours. He doesn't have a license, I thought. No, he's got a license. But Grandma bought it for Malaya. But of course, he takes ownership.
1 second. I'm trying to remember
who's Patty's son.
Oh, Patty's son.
Yeah.
Do you know who? Oh, thank you. Do you know who married Patty's son? Patty's son. I don't even know who Patty's son is.
Patty's.
Yep. Dodge Journey. That's right.
See, this is the thing. If I say their names, then they get dragged into the conversation by other channels that are just pro money.
Oh, by the way, did you block me on Messenger? I went to go send you the link.
I have so many people blocked that
just because I hadn't meaning I hadn't even looked at your name on Messenger, but when I went to send you the link, I was like, oh, his old account's coming up, but on there. But so that's the only reason why I just asked now, because I was like
in cow shit.
I just figured if it wasn't coming up that you did, but I hadn't even looked at that. Why don't just ask?
Have blocked is probably shenanigans, and I probably should block her.
Wait a second. Why don't just ask you? Because I mean, I don't honestly follow shenanigans, and I never really have. I've been on a couple of her lives. Everyone's saying that she's like just pro Malaya,
yeah,
and whatever, right?
No, I have an issue with that because
but why do you not have
I just never did that. Probably should, because she never tried to message me ever, right? And I realized when I go through my Facebook, sometimes it says people you might know. And I see her pop up, and it's just like, I seen that yesterday, and I was like, I should probably block her.
But I mean,
she's pro Malaya to the point where she thinks that I'm guilty of everything.
Well, Daniel, you don't mind people that's pro Daniel, do you? I mean, there might be a whole one or two out there.
Malaya's this wonderful,
wallflower,
precious, innocent girl, right?
Yeah.
And
Malaya might have 5s of 10s of people that support her, maybe.
The problem is
1s of 2s.
she said she talks to Cindy. She said she talks to Cheryl. She talks to Malaya. But yet, to this day, she has never, ever said anything that they have said to her.
Well,
She just keeps leading on her viewers, saying, "I'm in the know. I know, Daniel." Like, or she'll stand out and sit in front of the courthouse. "Daniel, where are you at?" I'm doing a live stream. "Daniel, where are you at?"
Daniel, how do you know? Because you don't watch YouTube, you say. How do you know when you don't watch YouTube?
"Daniel, I'm waiting to see you. Where you at, Daniel? Are you coming, Daniel?" Like, that right there is the epitome of the desperation that lady has. And I've never seen in my life someone so desperate for content. And she goes on, she's bashing Darren. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. At this point, like, I don't like saying that because, Jordan's been my friend for over 20 years.
I would love, never mind. I can't say it on here.
I don't like saying that about Darren, but that's just how it is. Darren has caused so many issues and he's misled the public.
Well, he didn't definitely do you any favors. I'll tell you.
You want to talk about misleading the public, Daniel? Do you know how many inconsistencies you've already
No, but it's not just that. He's openly broke the heart of this community, where he said, "I know who was driving the car. I think Jack and Lilly are alive, and I think I know where they are." Like, I'm 1,000% ironclad. Like,
right.
That will always be. I almost think someone should make up a T-shirt that says 1,000% ironclad, just for the aspect of. That's a funny joke to make, but the overall.
Yeah, imagine laughing in your missing kids disappearance, Daniel.
Situation that we're dealing with isn't funny, right?
Right.
But it's not a situation where it's a humor situation.
Which I agree. I believe Durwood did mislead the public, and the question is why. And number two, why did Daniel mislead the public?
But there's these little glimpses of humor that are inside, but the overall situation is dire and not a situation to laugh or make jokes at.
Well, I was going to say, it's one of those things is that through all of this, even like the whole KFC thing, like, honestly, there's nothing you're going to take away
situation.
Well, that's just the bottom line of it.
Little smile in a time where it's such a tragic situation.
And Malaya do drugs as well. Oh, I remember Anita saying something about that. Now, Daniel, I just kind of want to go step back because I know somebody had asked us and it's going to bug me until you had made a comment that about CPS and Malaya. And I was going to say, I think I remember Anita saying something about that. About did Malaya do drugs as well? Because she said, Anita had said that.
Listen.
Or if you don't want to say.
No, I will talk about anything as long as it's not anything that can be detrimental to Child Protective Services or the other stuff that I have going on, which I'm not going to talk about. Right. But I think everybody knows what it is, right?
Yeah, that you charge
But so did you do did you do drugs? Because
Malaya, as far as I know, when she was with me, she has never touched hard drugs. I have never convinced her to do any drugs.
Okay.
It's very interesting how he talks about this a couple times in the 10 hours that he is live. How he's never made Malaya do rugs or convinced Malaya to do rugs. And one thing that I just about came unglued on whenever he was saying, he said, I wanted to get caught doing rugs because I just couldn't keep it from Malaya any longer. He says it. I wanted to get caught doing rugs because I just couldn't keep it from Malaya any longer. That's what he says. And I was thinking, are you kidding, Daniel? Are you kidding?
I'm not like that, but she had a shatter pen with.
Where do you think all the money was going? Come on now. Oh, not only did she know, uh, in my opinion, she was part of it. I don't think she was before she met Daniel, but I think afterwards, yeah. And if you look at her now, she looked she looks actually worse now than she did when Jack and Lily first went missing. I mean, I know there's stress and stuff, but she had the math the math look, if you ask me,
Which is, I
in these
think
recent
some of the viewers may not know what that is. What it is
Right.
just concentrated THC in a vape, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And she
Yeah.
smoked that. She did want to do it when she was breastfeeding Meadow, and I told her no. I said
Right.
no. Like that's a terrible.
Again, he wants to say Malaya wanted to use the vape pen whenever THC whenever she was pregnant with Meadow. And that's just a terrible thing, says the meth smoker. I couldn't hold it from her any longer.
Terrible thing to do. So she waited until she was done breastfeeding Meadow.
Garbage.
Right.
I shouldn't even use our daughter's name. So I'm going to refer to her as just our daughter.
Yeah.
Shouldn't even said her name. And that's what pisses me off about Anita is she just keeps talking about our daughter, me and Malaya's daughter, and that really bugs me because she has nothing to do with anything. She should never be a topic of conversation.
I knew that when I was, unfortunate enough to have to, like, the only reason, like I said, I would even watch this one channel is just for the sake of, okay, what does this person have to say? Because I'm always one about if families talking, people that, like, or her that says that she was there. And now I know that she seemed very slighted for the fact of like basically Malaya was like basically in and out, and it was kind of like your children are missing, and like I'm taking care of doing this and buying these things for Meadow. And even though I know that you probably don't know that she was doing that, perhaps because obviously you don't really know her, but it was
I only know what Anita's said on that other channel we're not going to mention, but
right.
To have for Malaya to have our daughter around her, that was a very poor decision because we see what she's like. She's accusing Malaya of being a prostitute, of me pimping out Malaya, of me drugging Malaya. This is all completely false claims. And
well, I don't know this Anita woman at all. A lot of people said she's loco, but at the same time, he is actively being charged for 2 counts of SA and confinement. So that would not surprise me either, because prosecutor says they have more than enough. So someone that will SA and confine someone will absolutely, especially when they're smoking some crystal, they'll do anything. Anything.
And the public is just eating that up because they're looking for drama. A lot of and this, a lot of people in the true crime community, I've had to learn this the most difficult way possible over the last year, is a lot of them seek entertainment and drama.
I've heard
because it's just thrilling for them. They see this as a reality TV, like real life reality TV show. And this is a tragic event that happened. You can't ever take anything away from that, but people see it as entertainment, and everyone has the right to their opinion, but there's a fine line between an opinion and just making a completely false claim.
Well, I was going to say, because, obviously when she was there originally, right, you wouldn't have known anything different about, say, maybe her personality or what you've heard her say now, versus when she was there, because this obviously came in after the fact, even though, when I heard some of that stuff too.
Look what Belinda asked. Daniel, how many peace bonds do you have against you? He says he has no restraining orders or no peace bonds against him, and I don't believe that either. I certainly don't believe that. Think about this. If there is a victim, you're telling me there's not a restraining order, a protection order, or a peace bond against you? You are smoking something if you think there is not at least one of those three against you right now.
About pimping her out and stuff like that. I was like, yeah, that, you know what I mean? There's things that you take with a very, very, very grain of salt and, stick it in the trash or something like that. And then there's other things that seem more realistic to talk about. So that to me is like, I mean, she obviously doesn't lack any filter on her mouth for sure.
We don't know who the victim is in this case, per se, right? But if he is speaking about his victim in any way, shape, or form, it's not going to go good for Daniel at all. Like at all.
She just kind of says things that doesn't matter. Doesn't seem to like, no, because she has, said things that are obviously what would be deemed as really slander.
That's why I call her Anita Attention. Is because she just seeks attention any way possible. And I see that coming up on the screen where it says, how many peace bonds do you have against you? Glenda's asking. I have 0.
On there. Okay, thank you.
I have 0.
Does anyone actually believe he has 0 against him? 0? I don't believe that for a second. Again, you have 2 charges of SA and a charge of confinement. There has to be an alleged victim. And again, if you don't think there is a peace bond, a protection order, a restraining order, whatever your little semantics is, Daniel, you're crazy.
I have 0. And the only provision I have against me is I can't go to Indian Brook Reserve.
Right. Now,
the only restrictions he has on him is he can't go to the reserve. Bullshit.
That's not for stalking anyone. That's not for it's just a provision that's in place, which I can't dive into the information on that because of the matters at hand, but I just wanted to say that out.
Yeah, because it was in the documents when that kind of came out of what you could and couldn't do, like there are some limitations there or stuff like that. I think that's what you're referring to.
Investigators also told me early on, do not go to Indian Brook Reserve. If you go onto that reserve, Daniel, you probably won't make it off.
Yeah, probably a wise choice on that.
Do you see the manipulation right here? This is a prime example of the absolute manipulation that he does. He just said his restriction is he can't go to the reserve. But then he says, RCMP, pats him on the shoulder, so to speak, and says, Daniel, if you go on there, you probably won't make it off. You're restricted, you asshat.
Now,
it's not that you won't make it off. It's that you're restricted. There's a reason. Exactly, Green Eyes. This is the manipulation. Oh, no, it's about my safety. My safety. No, it's not. It's clearly not about your safety, Daniel. It's clearly about someone else's safety, i.e., maybe your victim.
Okay. Now, Daniel, this part I really want to get back. Okay, sorry. Did you even ask that? Sorry, I think I answered it for you. You said, just to clear that one up. So,
No, Adele, baby. He talks like the RCMP are protecting him. He has stated that the RCMP is protecting him, that there is 4 drones that watches his home during the night that have red, white, and blue lights that come from the drones. North, east, south, and west. 4 drones that watches him. It's not that he makes it seem that way. He's said it. He said it on Charmaine's.
Yeah, obviously.
Paranoia,
CPS and Malaya.
paranoia.
Sorry, could you? I kind of over spoke for you on that about what Anita had said. The reason about why Malaya couldn't be, say, alone with Meadow.
I think we already know this by now. Malaya is a flight risk.
Yeah. We drive through the reserve every few months. It's not like it's a gated community where you check your status cards. Is he talking about? It's just a community. I mean, I've got aerial photos of it. It's just a community. We know Malaya is a flight risk. Malaya won't take her dish to the kitchen. She ain't going anywhere.
With our daughter, I mean, that's yeah, I think we already kind of established that. I think the public kind of knows that by now. And also as well, there's a lot of stuff I can't speak on because it's covered under the Child Care Act of Canada. So
yeah. I was going to say we'll drop that right then and there for that stuff anyway. Yeah. Now, but so what I want to go back to was
I would have
in the morning,
him spoke.
Right?
I'd have let him spoke on that extensively. Let him dig further.
Okay, and now the reason why this whole timeline is so because you guys between your mom, Malaya, and yourself have all placed a small bracket of time around when Lily could have disappeared.
Okay.
And the fact that your mom said that she.
Okay, I think this is right when I get in here and I ask the question, and I think there's a big up here.
Claimed that she heard Jack and Lily that morning. So placed a small bracket, your mom, Malaya, and yourself have all placed a small bracket of time around when Lily could have disappeared. And the fact that your mom said that she claimed that she heard Jack and Lily that morning. So, I mean, Daniel, obviously, like I said, there was only so many situations that could happen to Jack and Lily. And so, I mean, there has to be something that you kept saying, even in your interviews. Like, I know the kids are 100% alive. Basically saying it too about Malaya and her mom, Cindy, and stuff like that. So meaning, okay, if you don't believe that any of you three had any knowledge of what happened to Jack and Lily on the property, in a sense, because you kind of always keep making these comments that almost like stick up for Malaya, like when you're saying
the reason why I made I can dive into some of that. Sorry to cut you off. I'm really bad for that.
That's fine.
But I apologize for that.
No,
but you know, a lot of stuff with Malaya just never added up, right? We already know what this.
A lot of things Malaya has said has not added up. Malaya has hardly spoken, you buffoon. She's hardly spoken. What about the things that you say that don't add up? What about the things your mother has said that don't add up?
This time that her leaving me was premeditated, right? Due to the fact her clothes weren't here, right? And I don't know where her clothes were. The best speculation I have is she left them at Patty's house. So that in itself left room for the perspective that I gained is, you know, Malaya must have had something to do with it.
Hold on.
So her clothes, her leaving me was premeditated, right?
Her leaving me is premeditated, right? Like this, he goes and gets some water or goes to the bathroom and it gets way worse.
Due to the fact her clothes weren't here, right? And I don't know where her clothes were.
Her clothes wasn't there? Daniel, she just washed all of your clothes, and brought them home.
Where the best speculation I have is she left them at Patty's house. So that in itself left room for the perspective that I gained is, you know, Malaya must have had something to do with this. And the only reason that I protected Malaya at the start was she was in possession of our daughter. And I didn't want her mental health to decline because she had our daughter in her possession at that time. And if Malaya's mental health was to decline, that would be a direct, it would directly impact our daughter's development and her emotional state and her mental state. And I didn't want that. So
You see, Daniel, he's not good at this at all. He's just confident enough to interrupt the facts, is what it is. He's just confident enough to interrupt the facts and spews a bunch of shenanigans that has absolutely nothing to do with Jack or Lily. And nobody keeps him on that train.
oh, but I never protected Malay and said that she never had anything to do with it at the start. I firmly believe that she did. But after time goes on and we get to learn more and more, and I learn more behind the scenes, and I know that Malaya had, polygraphs, and they were the same as mine.
Were her second questions the same? Because you said that your
What-
questions were not the same as Haley's.
Yeah, what I see, I don't know if investigators will like me talking about this. I know because they can't fill me in on some things, but what I took from the conversations, I'm sorry, investigators, but what I took for the conversations and what I gained is this is from my own personal experiences, my own personal experience, right? I can't speak for Malay. I can't speak for anyone else. I can't speak
So
for
manipulating. Because he's on the inside. Sorry, investigators, you'll tap me on the shoulder later.
investigators.
But Daniel, they're going to be tapping you in prison. That's what they're going to be.
I can only speak on what I see and what I heard and how I felt, right? I said at the start, I took it as me and Malay had the same questions. Investigators know that I didn't plant the blanket up the road because
And investigators know I didn't plant the blanket up the road. Nobody asked you that.
entered Lansdowne only that morning.
And listen, Daniel, they don't know that. They don't know that. This is the thing, Daniel. They took your DNA. They took your DNA when it comes to that blanket, right? So I don't know if they took Malaya's DNA. Maybe they did, but they've certainly spoke to you more than anybody else.
Very briefly with Malaya's vehicle. The blanket was found in the tree after it was like 3:29 or 3:49 or something of that nature. And I wasn't on Lansdowne Road at that time. So therefore I don't have anything to do with the blanket. And
That
so
he did.
That's a hard.
Yes, that he did. I forgot about that. Green Eyes. He did admit his DNA would be on it.
One for me, Daniel. That one, that's a hard one for me. That whole blanket.
Yeah, it's still very mysterious that it's the only evidence that we have,
Very much so.
I shouldn't say that we have, or investigators have for the case, and it's very hard to wrap your mind around.
Hold on. What?
Yes, that it's the only evidence that we have, or I shouldn't say.
It's the only evidence that we have. Something planted, right?
That we have, or investigators have for the case, and it's very hard to wrap your mind around that 2 children go missing, and the only evidence that's concrete is that is
You have no idea what evidence is concrete or not.
Lily's piece of a blanket hanging in the tree, almost 1 kilometer away,
Mm-hmm.
and for Malaya's.
And remember, Daniel is the only one, the absolute only one that denied the blanket. He's the only one that denied Lily's blanket. He didn't come out and say it until I think like the 13th or the 14th. I showed it, I think, a live or 2 ago. He's the only one. And then when he heard about a pink blanket,
Family
and he ran to the dumpster or the trash can.
to find that is an aspect that causes the mind to run wild with theories and speculation and conspiracies. But after the polygraphs are administered, it's such a because I don't know the results of everyone's polygraph. I only know my own.
Yeah. Did they ask you about the blanket at all?
I was never asked in my polygraphs about the blanket.
Okay.
I was only ever told that it was planted. And I think, and I brought to the public.
I was thinking that, T-Gun, I was thinking if there's an arrest, and if Daniel is charged in this crime and convicted in this crime, I think that they would absolutely study this mofo, because I have never covered a case where a parent lies as much as Daniel. Not even close. Not even close. Not even close. Don Wells doesn't lie as much as Daniel Martell. Don Wells will admit failure, admit things weren't perfect, and admit certain things. Daniel is just not capable, in my opinion. He won't. I don't know if he's just really just incapable. And he will lie about things that people clearly know, that we have clearly shown that he has said other things before, complete opposites, in fact. And he will lie about just very unnecessary things to lie about. But he will still lie about it. And it just rolls off his tongue. I've truly never seen a parent lie so much, ever. He takes the cake in that. He absolutely does.
I brought that to the public and no one believed me. No one believed me when I talk. And that's completely fine.
I believed it was planted. Absolutely.
Yeah, of course. And that's what I said. That's what I say too. Like, I didn't need investigators to tell me that. The blanket didn't randomly grow wings and fly up there and land in a tree. And then when you...
Yes. Mini Panthers just text me. Just hit me. He said Malaya leaving was pre-planned because she left all her clothes at Patty's house. Bullshit. He would have noticed that the amount of bags to carry out dirty clothes were less than what returned. Not only that, Mini Panthers. Not only that, Daniel didn't work but one day a week. Malaya didn't have a car. How the hell is she going anywhere to take her clothes? He's, again, lying through his ass. Hey, TJZ, good to see you, my friend. Guys, please hit that thumbs up button, share the live out, all that good stuff. What Bubba says goes. Daniel, aka Loosey Goosey. Oh yeah, he's gonna be a loosey goosey.
You look in the documents, it says that, Hayden said it was like 2.5 or 3 feet off of the ground.
Right.
That blanket was hanging clearly above my head. It was 6 feet.
Daniel, you said you didn't really ever go there and see it.
I'm 5'10", so it was at eye level, so it's around 6 feet in the air, draped over a branch. The kids couldn't put that there. What are they going to do? Stand there and throw it up in a tree?
Well, according to DT, that was possible. That's some birds.
And also, DT got stuck on these things where I don't want to speak bad on DT.
Yeah, I
haven't come on here to bash other YouTube creators, right?
No, but this case destroyed our friendship because of this.
Yeah,
I'm not going to get into him that way. But yeah, I thought we had a really solid relationship up until this case. But it's amazing what things can do in a sense.
Yeah, DT was stuck on the boot print on the pipeline. Yeah. And I'll let the public know that was never 100% accurate, confirmed.
You are absolutely full of shit, Daniel. You are absolutely full of shit. I showed you guys the other day where that was confirmed to be the boot prints of Jack and Lilly. There was supposedly a third boot print as well. Daniel said in the other interview, maybe 70%, maybe 90%, maybe 95%. You are lying through your ass. And again, Daniel, you wouldn't talk to reporters about that blanket or that boot print. You would only speak about the footprints or the boot prints in your yard in front of your mom's freshly raked in front of her camper. You are lying, sir. Lying. You don't want to talk about those, do you? It's very interesting how now you say that it was 100% planted. The RCMP knows that. And you say you certainly didn't see it when you was driving past there, even though you wouldn't admit to the blanket in the beginning. And now you don't want to talk about those footprints, maybe because there was 3 sets of prints.
Lily or Jack's footprint.
Right.
And I want to say that openly so the public knows. That was never 100% confirmed.
You are lying.
The investigators went to Walmart and they bought the exact same boots, right? And they did all the forensic testing or on the imprints, and because they do it the way they do it is they check how deep the prints are. They have to check the exact tread, because each size of boot, even if they're the same boot, the tread size is different. And I'm very limited on like what I know on. I've never seen the actual boot print in person, right? I've only ever heard about it, and like I'm limited on what I know on it. I know the kind of the location from what investigators told me on it. I kind of know the location, but I've never seen the print in person, right?
Now, well, I was going to say, like the boot print, I actually don't put no mind or thought into the boot print. The blanket, different story. Now, I was told that forensics came back and that you were spoken to because of the fact that they believe that you planted the blanket and that you were.
They certainly did. And let me just show you a little something right here. You lying sack of garbage.
That because to request access, they have to get an authorization for.
Listen to this.
So in August, the Globe and Mail and other media outlets received 13 documents. Whenever police need to, get a warrant or like make a records request access, they have to get an authorization from a judge. And in this case, police had all of those authorizations sealed because of the open court principle, and anything filed in the courts is supposed to be accessible to the public. The Globe and Mail, along with 2 other media outlets, made an application to unseal those documents. And so we successfully did. Some of the information is redacted, but there is quite a bit there. And the records requests were to request parents' bank records, cell phone information, video surveillance from companies to corroborate information that they had already given police. And so some of the information that we found that stood out for us in these documents was that police collected the toothbrushes from the home, that they found a sock and children's boot prints in the woods, that they went to lengthy avenues to identify as being the same type of boot Lily was wearing at the time she went missing.
There you go, you motherfucker. There you go. There you go, Daniel. There you go. They went to lengthy avenues to confirm that this was Lily's and Jack's boot print. There you go, mother chicken. You are a liar, an absolute liar. Let's just hear that.
Children's boot prints in the woods, that they went to lengthy avenues to identify as being the same type of boot Lily was wearing at the time she went missing. The documents also showed that Malaya and Daniel's polygraph tests were.
There we go. He's such a liar. Such a liar. Now listen.
Well, I was going to say, like the blueprint, I actually.
So, right. I've only, ever heard about it. And
I just.
So, like, I'm limited on what I know on it. I know the kind of the location from what investigators told me on it. I kind of know the location, but I've never seen the print in person. Right.
No. Well, I was going to say, like the blueprint, I actually don't put no mind or thought into the blueprint. The blanket, different story. Now, I was told that forensics came back and that you were spoken to because of the fact that they believe that you planted the blanket.
They do.
And that you were called in.
Mm-hmm.
True or not true?
I did do a formal interview on the blanket because they needed to know everything on the blanket.
He did do a formal interview on the blanket. It's amazing how Daniel, the RCMP called in Daniel to do a formal interview on the blanket that he says the RCMP says it is 100% planted. That's what he says. And I believe it was planted too. But he says he has nothing to do with it. And I've got the text messages of where he's like, oh, come on. How does a blanket get there? And remember, he was the one denying the blanket even existed in the beginning.
Blanket, right from the origin, where it was bought, everything, the lifespan of the blanket, we'll call it, right? They brought me in for a formal interview on that because they brought Malay in as well, obviously not at the same time, but they brought us both in. We did formal interviews on the blanket, right? So they know like the lifespan of the blanket or the blanket's timeline, we'll call it, right?
What are you fucking talking about? The lifespan of the blanket and the timeline of a blanket. What are you even talking about? You are the biggest buffoon God ever stretched a piece of skin over. Oh my God. Hold on. You are so dumb. So dumb. The lifespan and the timeline of a blanket. Boy, I think that one takes the fucking cake. That one takes the cake. Yes, we were called into a formal interview of the lifespan and the timeline of a blanket. Your mom, Daniel, your mom.
Mm-hmm.
And because they knew I didn't plant it. I wasn't on the road on May 2nd when it was found.
Clearly, they don't know that you planted it because you're the one that denied it, number one. Number two, you then later didn't deny it. You say that it's planted. And they're giving you a formal interview, you say, of the timeline of a blanket, whatever that means.
Didn't find the blanket. I have nothing to do with the blanket, right? I mean, so and then when we can talk about, they know my DNA is on the blanket,
obviously,
and right, and so they wanted to get the DNA.
They took your DNA, yes.
DNA from me, which I obviously gave, right?
Right.
And
obviously,
we did up the paper, like we.
Obviously, you have no choice because if you don't give it to them, you know what they're going to do? They're going to get a warrant for it, right? And they're going to pull you out of your crack den, and they're going to take it.
I already explained in detail, but I can do it again. They took the applicator, they stabbed my finger, right, and squeezed my finger for like 20 minutes so I could get 4 drops of blood out. Put it on the I don't know what you want to call it, the mesh pad or the paper, and it was sealed for evidence. And we went over the paper, the consent paper. I had to give a blood sample due to that is the most accurate representation of DNA that you can extract, right? And they didn't want to do a swab in my mouth because it wouldn't be a full panel of DNA. They could get the the full panel of DNA from
Daniel. and I pray to God this doesn't happen, but I don't trust Daniel anymore at all. But even when it comes to, heaven forbid, SA, but you better hope they don't find specific DNA on their Daniel, if you know what I mean. I pray to God not, but I don't trust him, especially after being charged with SA and knowing his text messages with his ex and other things that I've never shown. You better hope, Daniel.
From my blood. So we did that. And then we did the consent form up, and I watched them sign on that consent form. I said this before, I'll say it again. When we did up the consent form on the blanket, they signed and checkmarked the box for no criminal involvement on the blanket. I signed the
Daniel. They don't. There is. Okay. That did not happen, sir. It did not happen. They don't say this is not criminal, a blanket, when they're talking about, number one, you're saying the lifespan of a blanket. Why would, if they're just doing a formal interview with you and they're talking about the lifespan of a blanket, why would they be marking it as criminal or not criminal? And they don't say this part of the case is, the blanket's not criminal, but this is. They're not going to tell you that. You check the fuck out is what
the waiver or consent form for my DNA. And the reason why they took the DNA for was analysis on the blanket, and they checked no criminal involvement for anything to do with the blanket.
Yeah. Think about this, guys. Think about this. He just said they took his DNA. They did a formal interview. They took his DNA for analysis on the blanket. You've got to get the results of the analysis before they can deem it criminal or not, you buffoon. Or they wouldn't be doing analysis on it. That's the whole reason they sat you down, spoke to you, and did the analysis on it. They have to send those off, which they did, Daniel. So therefore, they can't make a decision on that until they get the results back. You motherfucker. You. He's such a fucking buffoon. Yes, he said the lifespan and the timeline, if you will, on the blanket. Yeah, that's what he said. He's guilty. He's afraid of being caught. Seems very interesting, doesn't it? It's just amazing to me that he just lies. You made my day, Justin. Thank you. Thank you, my dear. Guys, make sure you're hitting that thumbs up button, all that stuff. Appreciate you guys.
Good extraction of the DNA for the blanket.
Yeah, I have a big hang up on that blanket because it just, the tooth fairy didn't bring it over there.
No, of course. It didn't fly up there on its own. I
That's right.
said that. And it didn't blow up on the back of a truck.
That's right.
I believe at one point that Cheryl said that it could have possibly been swept up by a helicopter. Somebody said to Cheryl or Malay or someone that
And oh my God, Daniel, please don't say that. He is so projecting right here. It's crazy, guys. You said it didn't just get swept up and go a mile away. Okay, I'm going to show you, motherfucker. That's what I'm going to show you. How about that? How about that? Okay, listen to this. Boy, oh boy, Daniel.
I believe at one point that Cheryl said that it could have possibly been swept up by a helicopter. Somebody said to Cheryl or Malay or someone that I heard that it could have been swept up by a helicopter and blew up there or something. Like that's the inaccuracy of that happening is, I mean, it's so low. It's
yeah. Who searches for 20 minutes and finds it? It doesn't fly to where the boot print was located 1,000 feet away. Come on, who happens to stumble upon it? That was you, Daniel. That was you. And I have another one where he talks about it flying as well. The only flying out of your mouth is lies at this point, Daniel. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Lies. Martell confirmed on Monday night that the Mountie showed him shirts, a blanket, and a water bottle found during the search near Gerlach Road, but said none of the items belonged to either child. There you go, you mother clutcher. How you doing, Daniel? Not that you watch. You piece of shit. I cannot stand him. I cannot stand him. I cannot stand him lying on a 4 and a 6-year-old's case like this and acting literally holier than thou. Kiss my ass. Robin, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate you, my darling. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, my dear. I apologize for my mouth, but he is the lyingest sack of shit ever. And I'm going to call him out on it. Thank you so much, Robin. If you received one of those pearl necklaces, make sure you thank Miss Robin for gifting you a pearl necklace. Make sure you enjoy our members only videos as well. Thank you so much.
So well, there's a couple things because Ninchi True Crime, she's talked.
Let me just see right there.
Up by a helicopter and blew up there or something. Like that's the inaccuracy of that happening is, I mean, it's so low. It's
there's a couple of things because Ninchi True Crime, she's reached out many of times to the police in regards to the case on certain factors. A couple things that came back. One was, because I remember her putting it up on her screenshot, that there was no other pink blanket.
I cannot imagine. They don't get paid enough. They do not get paid enough to interrogate that math out mother. Sure. They don't get paid enough, Mohawk. I cannot imagine living with this man, as egotistical as he is.
The person that responded back from the police department said there was not a second pink blanket. There was only one. And then another thing.
Sorry to cut you off. That comes from the other pink blanket was not evidence, right? It was no significant evidence. So it was.
Daniel. Oh my God. See, I haven't heard this part. Sir, you denied. First of all, I don't know if there was 2 pink blankets, but you lied about the blanket in the beginning. You lied about it. Okay. 1 second. All right. Listen to this, and I want to show you something.
Was just considered just another item, right? It plays no role into any significant evidence. Okay. And you have to remember that's coming from the RCMP. They would have to coordinate with major crimes.
They'd have to coordinate with major crimes, like they do. They're kind of the same.
And like
It's just your $3 word.
I don't know if they coordinated with major crimes to put out that email to her, right? That may
What? That email to her. What the hell does an email have to do with the other blanket, you buffoon?
have just been from straight. And like I don't know if they coordinated with major crimes to put out that email to her, right? That may have just been straight from the RCMP, right? Because
Yeah.
the way the RCMP works, the RCMP has.
We know how the fucking RCMP works. Shut up. Okay. Daniel. Hiko. You lying garbage.
Another key thing that came out in the documents is this pink blanket that, has come up in other stories we've reported on.
This girl.
And the key thing about this pink blanket is that it was found a kilometer from the trailer where Jack and Lilly disappeared from, and it's perhaps the only physical clue in the case. So what's interesting is that Malaya's sister found this blanket along with 2 other family members the day the children were reported missing in the afternoon.
Listen.
And Daniel originally said that blanket was not Lily's. Malaya said the blanket was Lily's. Then Daniel suggested that the people who found the blanket planted it. So I spoke with Malaya's sister.
Oh. How you doing? How you doing, Daniel? How you doing, girl? How you doing? That's what I thought. Yes, bitch. Yes. Yes. And as we say,
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
Okay, yeah, just making sure. Okay. Piece of garbage, lion sack of. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. There you go, Mr. Martell. Making sure we're on the same page, Dan.
That's nothing. Going from the airphone to any significant, just another item, right? It plays no role into any significant evidence. And you have to remember that's coming from the RCMP. They would have to coordinate with major crimes.
Yeah.
And
coordinate.
Like I don't know if they coordinated with major crimes to put out that
coordinate. It's so hard to coordinate these days. I haven't coordinated since 1976.
That email to her, right? That may have just been straight from the RCMP, right? Because the way the RCMP works, the RCMP has nothing to do with this case other than collecting tips.
I am embarrassed for you. I am embarrassed for you. The RCMP has nothing to do with this case other than collecting tips.
Right? Because major crimes is a total different branch, an escalated branch. It would be equal to.
Again, he says all of these coordinating emails. RCMP has nothing to do with this. It would be equal to. I'm going to explain this because I don't have really anything else of value to say about this because I'm lying through the crack of my crevices right now.
I hate saying this because law enforcement, the way they do their divisions is so much different than the United States, but it would be equal to, let's say, the FBI, right? Okay. Because the way what major crimes does, they do major crimes, kidnapping, missing persons, murders. They do those type of crimes or escalated issues. And the RCMP.
RCMP and major crimes is a branch of the RCMP, right?
We only handle, the tip collection.
Again, this is why he would never interview with me ever, because I would have him on his ass because cut through the bullshit. I don't care about the emails. I care about the question. Care about the question. Answer the question. Yes or no. Yes or no. Give an answer. You can't do it.
They'll collect the tips and then hand them to major crimes.
Yeah,
I don't know how many people are educated in the way law enforcement works in this country, because you do have a lot of viewers that are from the United States, and the way law enforcement works here is much different.
Absolutely. Now, Bossman says, what about Earl finding the only blueprint? Is that true? I don't think that's true. I don't think Earl found the blueprint.
Earl didn't. Earl, my father didn't.
Thank you, Miss Magdalena. This is for your blood pressure. Thank you. I will need that for my blood pressure prescription. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. That will go to my listen April. I appreciate you, my dear. I kind of need it for that for sure. Because this motherfucker gets my blood pressure going. Because he thinks I've just never seen anybody like Daniel. I really haven't. Cannot.
Find the blueprint. That was actually found by another neighbor that's here.
Neighbor.
Yeah, another neighbor. And then he told my...
Hold on, what?
Now, Bossman says, what about Earl finding the only blueprint? Is that true? I don't think that's true. I don't think Earl found the blueprint.
Earl didn't. Earl, my father didn't find the blueprint. That was actually found by another neighbor that's here.
Neighbor.
Yeah, another neighbor. And then he told my father, and then it got into the hands of the RCMP and such. Okay. It was never actually my father that found the blueprint in question.
Okay, yeah, because I heard too it was like another neighbor. I'll just leave it at that. Another neighbor. Yeah. Belinda says, Daniel, did you and Malaya have a babysitter? Yeah,
ever.
Yeah. Sometimes my mother or my father would look after the kids. Yeah, if me and Malaya wanted to like go to town, or Malaya had we had an appointment, or anything of that nature, mom or dad would instantly step up and look after the kids, or look after Jack or Lily separately, right? If one of the kids had an appointment or something that needed to be, done, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Yep. Go ahead.
Your brother, Justin. Obviously, he has not been vocal at all in regards to this case. And is it just because he just doesn't want to be?
My brother has a family, right? And he doesn't want to be dragged into it and have his family, basically, I'll use this word, extorted by YouTube creators or media. Right. And because my brother's always lived a very quiet life.
But you're doing it for Jack and Lily, right, Daniel?
He doesn't,
Your personality is different.
Yeah, me and Justin are very different.
Like, very opposite, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Justin actually has a life that's allegedly outside of essaying women.
Yeah. My brother's very straight edge.
Bruising children.
Never did drugs.
Yeah.
We're both very family oriented in that aspect. We love our children. We,
but just different. Yeah, just different.
Yeah, we're just two different people. The way my brother doesn't suffer from like the ADHD like I have. So we're two different people. We both.
Well, yeah, Justin was actually crying that morning. It shows more emotion than Daniel's had in a year.
I'm very outgoing and not afraid. He is in a way, but he focuses on his family,
right?
Which is good.
It's a good quality to have.
Yeah, of course. And it just comes from the fact that I've been to his place many times, and it would be coming on tonight, and the drones would start showing up, and I have to say, like, man, I gotta go, because this is putting extra strain on you and your family and your privacy concerns for no reason. I have to like leave, right? Because drones would start showing up, because drones follow me everywhere I go. When it comes to nighttime, say if I was to go for a drive, say if I went out tonight, maybe even if I went for a walk, drones follow me everywhere I go. I have zero privacy when it comes to as soon as the cover of dark comes, drones constantly watch me.
How many drones? Like I'm sure it's tapered off.
No.
Like, how many drones are we talking about here that you feel like are?
There's been some times where I've seen 40 to 50 drones, and sometimes
40 to 50 drones in the air. They didn't have 40 or 50 drones in the air when Jack and Lily went missing, Daniel. They don't have 40 to 50 drones in the air swarming your house a year later. And for anybody to believe that, you are smoking the crystal, just like, in my opinion, Mr. Martell. Sorry. Forgive me, Lord. For that. That's not drone files hovering over all your. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. He's ridiculous. And he says 4 of them are northeast, south, and west.
That even be at, Jordan's house or Darren's former residence. And the amount of drones there would be
4.
absolutely unreal. It was like, I referred to it as last summer. It was Christmas in July, because you look up at the sky and there's just so many different colors.
Christmas in July. That's my next thumbnail. Christmas in July. I'm going to have 50 drones in the air, red, white, and blue. And Daniel looking up with fireworks. Baby, you're a firework. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. He thinks he's so special. So special. He's definitely special. He's fucking special. That's for damn sure.
It was like Christmas lights strung across the sky.
And you're saying that and so was that 40 to 50 at its max? And
but it's also hard to count them.
Yeah.
And because in some aspects some are very open and they sit.
Now remember, his ex told me that one time they were like out in the woods, like I guess hiking or whatever. And she's like, Daniel kind of scared me, because she's like, Daniel would be like, shh, you hear that? You hear that? And she would be like, no, Daniel, I don't hear anything. Yeah, listen. And there would be nothing. He's like hearing things. And just like he says, he thought he heard Jack and Lily and these 50 drones at a time. It's hard to count them, right? Yeah. I bet it is. You probably can't maybe count past your toes, Daniel.
In some aspects, some are very open and they sit there and they watch you. And there's been many times where I would go outside at nighttime last summer, and I would go outside and I would sit there.
I feel really bad for Jack and Lily with this. I feel really bad for Jack and Lily that they had to put up with a day of this, let alone most of their lives, that they had to put up with this. Yeah, it's like he's purposely messing with people, but like we're going to believe that. But he believes it though.
And I would tell the drones to, wave my arms for them to come down, like bring the drones down. And then the drones would go back and forth to say no, like in the sky.
I did not say this. He just said the drones would say no. I would tell them to come down. Come toward the light. But they would say no. They would just go back up in the sky. Scared 24/7 crazies, and then angry Janie. Yeah, and then a mom just laying there like literally a bump on a log. Not to mention the dog constantly barking. This is why you don't interview with me.
Last summer,
Annie.
And I would go outside and I would sit there and I would tell the drones to, wave my arms for them to come down, like bring the drones down. And then the drones would go back and forth to say no, like in the sky. But there's
I don't know how Sonny's keeping a straight
never
face.
been any drone footage at night.
Yeah. You have 50 drones out and you're waving at them and they say no. However, a drone says no. I guess they shake like that, and you don't record it. And he says there is drones every single night. Every single night. So does Janie. If you want to see what a 50, 60-year-old woman's doing in a crackhead, well, go ahead. It's rather boring. How does a drone say no? I'll wait.
Like there's never been any
Is it got a speaker? It's like, fuck you, Daniel. And the drone, is that what it's like?
drone footage uploaded onto the internet of them watching me.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing I can understand regardless, okay? And again, for everyone that's in chat, like I said, Daniel was in chat, asked that he can talk about a few things, you know, with Anita and on there. But again, kind of like on Charmaine, what she was doing with Daniel too, right? Like, it's one of those things is just like, if Daniel wants to talk and answer some questions and he's free will to do so and stuff like that, right? I'm hoping no one expects me just to like pounce on Daniel, like, you know, I know you exactly did this and that and stuff like that. It's not what I'm doing. I just am sitting here.
Yeah. I mean, Sonny's right, because if she pounced on him, he would tuck his tail and run.
If Daniel wants to answer questions or not answer questions, you know, so leave this with question. No, obviously
To just to
for you.
Yeah, I'll talk for a second while you find it.
Sure, go ahead.
You just, if you were to just to attack me like on a personal level, it wouldn't be conductive to any type of positive conversation, right? And I think a lot of people expect you to ask the hard questions. Believe me, if I can answer it, I'll do my best to recall from memory and some experiences that I had, and I'll try to answer the question the best I can. The only questions I'll stray away from is questions that put me in a position where it could harm Child Protective Services or the other stuff that I'm going to keep referring to it as the other stuff that I can't speak on. Yeah. Right?
His SA charges.
You know, Daniel, like I said, you are not shy or, you know, again on this, but it's the inconsistencies of it that have driven me crazy, right?
Because, well, the inconsistencies from me come from me not communicating myself properly. And I've worked over the last year on that.
Yeah, he doesn't communicate himself properly, right? Says Mr. Crystal. Doesn't communicate properly, but he just clearly said that there was 50 drones out at his house, red, white, and blue. He waved at him to come to him. They said no, and they flew back in the sky. Perfect, Daniel. Got it.
That. And also the inconsistencies of me speaking so much, right? Yeah. After you put so many words out in the world, the way it may come across on a certain day or a certain time.
No. Nope. Daniel, why do you think we've never had a problem with Michael Vaughn's parents or Beth Halloway or a lot of parents that were truly wronged, and something happened to their kid? Because they have nothing to hide, and they say what happened, and there's not a million changes in their story. They don't say the drones are talking to them. Any of that BS. They don't act like a buffoon like you do. There's a reason. Because it doesn't make sense. Two kids don't get abducted at the same time like that. The timeline is literally all fake. It's as fake as press on nails. Never happened. It's your words, your timeline. What you say comes out of your mouth. The way the mother's behaving, the way the stepfather is behaving.
Maybe different than another day, right? And as time goes on, the experiences I have with the case, it will become more detailed, right? As I remember more and I go through the processes of trying to remember everything.
You couldn't remember the night before. You couldn't remember the night before, you mother chicken. What are you talking about? You mean as you continually make up stuff. That's what you mean, sir. That's what you mean. They asked you, Daniel, what happened last night? Oh, I can't remember. I can't remember. But he's asked about this scar right here. And he says that happened when he was 19 years old. And he can remember a lot of timelines, right? That would benefit him or would have really no effect on the case. He can remember those timelines. Certainly can. But anything that might incriminate him, no. And again, he just adds complete more shit on top of it. Just keeps piling it on.
And doing some, and I want to talk about some of the interviews as well. I've done at least 50 on-camera interviews.
One second. Yeah.
Okay.
You've done at least 50? Like the 50 drones?
The one thing I was going to say,
or is that just your new number now? 50. It was 20, now it's 50.
Remembered was, I can't fault your family, your mom, and that from being afraid or scared that somebody might do something, because I definitely would not want to be in the shoes when or people that were targeting Darren and different stuff. People go sometimes too far, definitely, when it comes. So I remember when your mom had brought that up about, being afraid to basically almost be outside, right? Because the thing is that like a lot of cases, you get a lot of looky-loos that are just kind of passing by, trying to look at the property.
Well, you get some YouTube creators that say they drove by the house 11 times.
Right. So same with Brad's house too, as well, right? People want to know who's this neighbor, but so I can understand why it does put some fright, because again,
Anna Banana, thank you so much for the gifts, my dear. Appreciate you very much for the jewelry. Thank you so much. Really, really do appreciate you. Thank you for the 10 star jewels. Really appreciate you, my dear. And let's not Galena, thank you for the 20 jewels. I appreciate you very much. You're very kind. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
I don't live in those shoes. Right? It's not like that's happened in my life.
Well, I go out in the yard sometimes, and there'll be cars at the end of the driveway just sitting there watching.
Yeah. The drones are in the air. The cars are outside. They're watching. Somebody's watching me.
Yeah.
Just watching the house. And then I go outside, and then they just speed away.
Yeah.
And it leaves a sour taste in your mouth. Why are they there, right? Well, it could be like endless reasons, right? But the human mind always defaults to negativity, right? They're not there for a positive reason.
No.
Right?
I can understand that more. So, of course.
Of course they're there for a positive reason. Of course they're there for a positive reason. They're there for Jack and Lilly. Obviously, it's interest in Jack and Lilly. And you should appreciate that.
Because it happens in a lot of cases, like especially near the start. But I can't like a year later, no. But the bottom line is that there are cases out there where people online have done bad things, right? Because they're fucking jolted up here, just twisted, and so it is one of those things. But I can definitely associate with why people, not just including yours but others, would feel a sense of fear, really, just because there's a lot of whack jobs out there. But anyways, that's what I was remembering to say. But anyways, you said about interviews. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've done at least 50 on-camera interviews. I know CBC used to count them for me, and they used to say, I think it was like 17 or something like that the last time I talked to them, because I used to keep track. They said, Daniel, this is like your 17th interview you've done with us. And over time, talking that many times, of course, there's going to be inconsistencies, or I say things a different way, and it doesn't. The public takes it in a certain way or a certain perspective on the way I talk. And I think that's the main reason why the inconsistencies come from, because I'm willing to speak on any inconsistencies that people think that I may have or they may have heard. And I think a lot of the inconsistencies may come through hearsay from, third parties, like what they've heard from friends or family.
No. They come from that you utter them, sir. You utter the words. You do right there.
Or anything of that nature, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, see, you had originally said, this was in, I know I have the screenshot somewhere, but you originally said that you had all of Malaya's stuff, like that you had basically all Malaya's stuff. And then later on, you changed that to that she left it at Patty's house and stuff like that. Yeah. So
her clothes, because I didn't, after the disappearance, I was in this weird hemisphere, or weird sphere, we'll call it, where I didn't want to move anything in the house just in case
Yeah, you didn't want to move anything in the house. That's why, I don't know, you was out at midnight and 5 a.m. moving shit around. How about that, Daniel? But no, he doesn't answer the questions. He still skirts around them, in my opinion. 1,000%. 1,000%. And he gets away with it every single time. And that's the only way he talks. That's the only way he talks. That's it. If he doesn't, he doesn't talk. If you don't, stroke his ego, he's not going to speak. If you don't make him feel comfortable, not going to happen. Hey, Novas, I tried to watch last night and it made me nauseated, so I thought I'd wait for Justin. It's less triggering. Girl, I'm going to tell you something. Last night, I was texting and I just couldn't text fast enough. And then I think I was texting Daphne and a couple of you guys because y'all were texting me. It was like, oh my God, what is wrong with this man?
Investigators wanted it, right? Or they needed to come back and collect any kind of evidence or.
And guys, it gets much worse. It gets much worse. He goes and gets some water, and then he goes south even further.
Weird sphere, we'll call it, where I didn't want to move.
It's bad.
Anything in the house, just in case investigators wanted it, right? Or they needed to come back and collect any kind of evidence, or
God forbid you clean.
Or they needed to do any kind of, we'll use the word analysis on the property in any way. So I didn't want to move anything. So I was living around all Malaya's belongings, but it wasn't until, she wanted
Malaya's belongings. You said she didn't have any clothes there. What other belongings she have?
Some stuff where
you said she wrote your name. She loved you with lipstick in the mirror. Remember that, Daniel?
I had this thought of, gathering up all her and Jack's belongings, and majority of her clothes were never here, right? So me and Mom bagged up all the rest of her clothes, and there was like a few coats, there was some socks, there was some underwear, and it ended up being like quarter of.
I bet you kept the underwear, didn't you, Daniel? You sick fuck. He is talking like there's all kinds of kids' clothes there. When Malaya said the kids' clothes was in a bag cleaned and she didn't want to open the bag, because it would be such a difficult thing to open up a bag and, take the kids and change them. Like you've got to open up a dresser or open up a closet the same way. So what's the difference in a damn bag?
A clear garbage bag, right? And so we set that outside, and investigators came and got it.
But you did, Daph.
And they brought it to Malaya.
Yeah, I was told.
But there was like all her makeup was left here, her hair dryers, basically everything except for the few belongings that she wanted. The very first thing that she wanted was, I left this part out, and I don't know how many people know this. I talked about it on Charmaine's the other day. She wanted the ultrasound photos of Meadow.
Yeah, David's like, David. Why did I say David? I don't know. Daniel's like, I've been saying names all night. Daniel's like, I gave her the ultrasound pictures, like he wanted to keep them or something like that. Like there was his mother chicken. You didn't carry those babies. They're Jack and Lily. They're not even your kids.
Daughter.
Okay.
I gotta stop saying her name.
Yeah.
I'm just so used to in my actual in my reality, we'll call it, using her name, right? Because I don't usually speak openly on the internet, so I don't like to use her name very
It's
often.
control. It's
so
control.
Because I don't think she should have brought into this or have her name have any involvement with the missing persons case in any way. She was.
Earl bought them food. Janie bought them food, and Malaya's mom, Patty, bought food because they were out all the time.
Collateral damage in all of this, we'll say it.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very sad situation.
It is. She went from being like an average kid to being thrust into the spotlight in no regards of her own, right? She didn't ask for any of this. And
nope, neither did Jack or Lily.
It's a very tough thing to wrap your mind around that, she was brought into this for absolutely no reason, just being our child.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't listen. I didn't hear that. Why did he say Malaya and Jack's but not Lily's clothes? Interesting.
She's thrust into the spotlight. And that will change her life forever.
Of course, it will, for sure. Now, I want to touch on something because so a lot of people are saying, and in the chat, or I've seen a few, and Belinda asked the same thing. Like, so she asked you about responsibility, but in saying that, at the end of the day, though, Daniel, the children were with you in Malaya, right?
Yeah.
So what people are saying is like, why aren't you guys taking accountability for that? So whether or not it was say Malaya that got up and you stayed in bed with Meadow, the bottom line is unless because you're seeing this in a different light, but the bottom
That's what I mean. Everybody has a different perspective. Sure, I take accountability, but every morning, from my point of view, every morning I lay in bed with Meadow and sleep. But
why wasn't that door locked? Like the sliding door.
It doesn't have a lock on it because Lily and Jack never went outside of their own. They never.
Wait a minute. The sliding door doesn't have a lock on it, but you bolt the front door because of bears? Tell me what sense that makes. A bear could get through a sliding door a hell of a lot faster than the other door. They would have to go through two doors to get to the one that was bolted because it's a porch. So the sliding door didn't have a lock on it? And you were afraid of bear? Okay, Daniel. Slow clap. Gotcha.
Ran away when they knew I was around. They listened to me. They never tried to run away. It was only with Malaya they didn't listen to, right?
Well, which you've said, before about that too, and then you also said that it takes two of them to basically close that door.
Well, when they put all their body weight into it, it's a fairly heavy door. When they put their body weight into it, they can close it all the way. But they never usually close it all the way. Like we'd always have to say, like, Lily, you have to close the door when you go behind you, or Jack, you have to close the door when you go behind you when you go outside into the backyard. And most of the times
it's a flip. You know something? Hold on.
Never closed the door. I mean, as Mom said before, like sometimes I'm even at fault because I don't slide it all the way closed.
Well, you were asked this question on Charmaine's about this, but you kind of, I feel like, double talked on this particular part. So the rational thing to do is if two children are missing, that you would run over to your moms and say, like, Mom, are the kids in here? That was never said. And then when Charmaine and you talked about it the other day, and then you said you made a comment about, well, when my mom was outside, type of thing, like the dog would have jumped on her. But you made the comment as if to say, well, your mom was outside, but yet your mom said she didn't come out for 10 minutes and she heard you yelling.
Listen to this.
So can you clear that up for me? Because, because that was a contract.
Listen to this. Is Daphne here? This is what we were talking about last night, and I asked a question about this, and listen to what he has to say. But before I do that, just want to show you this right here. Let me see something. One second.
That Jack and Lilly came out of.
Daniel, the locks are built in. Right there. Yeah, it has a lock. Right there it does. Look at it. Right there. It's got a lock. It certainly does. Certainly does, Daniel. Piece of garbage, man.
Well, your mom was outside, but yet your mom said she didn't come out for 10 minutes.
Listen to
And
this.
she heard you yelling. So can you clear that up for me? Because,
Very important.
because that was a contradictory to me of your mom.
That was a lot. That was a lot right there, jumping around. Give me a step by step what you want to know, and I'll tell you.
Okay, so
The truth?
basically, according to you and Malaya, you basically both came outside, and that basically Malaya wasn't doing anything, and you
Yeah,
talked
Malay.
about-
Well, I can go over when we first came outside. Like we went around the fence and we stood in front of Mom's RV, and that's when Malaya asked me, "Should I call 911?" Right? Like I don't.
Okay, I need to slow because I've got this on 1.25 because it is 10 hours long. I want to slow this down right here.
Well, I can go over when we first came outside. Like we went around the fence and we stood in front of Mom's RV, and that's when Malaya asked me, "Should I call 911?" Right?
When we stood in front of Malaya's, hold on.
And that's when Malaya.
1 second. I got to get a transcript of this. Because I'm going to bust you in a second. Okay. Malaya wasn't doing anything, and you talked, and I can go over that when we first came. Like we went around, ran. Okay.
that basically Malaya wasn't doing anything, and you
Yeah,
talked
Malaya.
about-
Well, I can go over when we first came outside. Like we went around the fence and we stood in front of Mom's RV.
Like we went around the fence and we stood in front of Mom's RV.
And that's when Malaya asked me, "Should I call 911?" Right? Like I don't have a helicopter. We don't hear the kids in the yard. I'm going to search, obviously. So I ran out when she was on the dispatch call, called out 911 at 10:01. I ran up to the cabins in the woods because that's where we would take the kids up, or me and Mom would take the kids up.
Okay. So Malaya is standing in front of Janie's. Daniel is running up the hill. This is 10:01.
To the cabins usually, or my biological children, they built some camps up there, and with my assistance. And so I ran up there because I thought, that would be the first place they went to, right? Was the cabins.
That's what I'm asking. Why wouldn't you go over to your mom's and see Mom? Is Jack and Lily in the trailer? Like
because I would be able to hear them, right? Because
he would be able to hear them. He would be able to hear them if they were in the camper. So that means you didn't check the chicken coop, right, Daniel? That means you didn't check the building. That means you didn't check under the trailer. That means you didn't check the camper. that means you didn't check under the camper either, right? Because you could hear them there as well. Now, you tell me what kind of logic that makes. I'll wait a long ass time. First thing you're going to do is go to your mother's. Mother, have you seen or heard Jack or Lily? First thing. But that's not even it. We'll get to it.
If they were in the trailer, I'd be able to hear them. It's not like it's completely soundproof, right?
Okay, so go on. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I ran up to the cabins and then I came down behind Mom's. When I was coming down, I was screaming for Lily and Jack.
Okay.
The cabins and then I came down behind Mom's. When I was coming down,
I ran up to the cabins in the woods because that's when we would. Okay, where am I? We're at 33, 39, 40. Okay. We would take the kids up to the cabins, usually my biological children. Okay.
down, I was screaming for Lily and Jack.
Okay. Yeah, I ran up to the cabins. Then I came down behind Mom's. When I was coming down, I was screaming for Lily and Jack.
And that's what triggered Mom to, wake up because she heard me screaming.
She said she heard you screaming, but didn't really pay any attention to it. And you were screaming behind your mom's camper. You're saying you were screaming behind your mom's camper. Your mom said she thought you was just out at the chicken coop. She's going to know which side of the trailer you're on, number one.
And when I came back down, I went straight into the house.
Listen.
And see, at that point I haven't talked to Mom yet.
He's going to fuck up. And when I came back down, I went straight into the house. And see, I haven't talked to Mom yet.
I ran straight into the house to go find the keys, right? And jump in the vehicle and start searching.
You need a sip of water, I can tell, or something, or more coffee. I can hear it in your voice.
Yeah, my mouth's really dry.
I know. Go pee or go get a drink.
I'll run and grab a drink. I'll be back in a second. And then I'll continue the story. Yeah, my mouth's really dry.
Yeah. You guys, I know you guys, there's a bunch of you guys putting questions and stuff in the chat. And
okay, let me fast forward this a little bit.
Charmaine membership. Streamlabs. What are Streamlabs? Lily. The music. Girl, that looks Charmaine stuff. Otherly. Okay, thank you. So
yeah, I definitely needed a drink. So
yeah. Oh, I could hear it in your voice. Because I know when I'm thirsty, that's exactly what mine sounds like. Charmaine, thank you for gifting those memberships to those people. So Danielle, because the music's gonna go off each time, because when somebody gifts, the music goes off 5 times. But anyways, I'm just gonna let you get back. One sec. Rick Roll though. Okay, so I'll just let you continue to when you were talking there.
Okay, when I was coming back down the hill behind Mom's RV, that's when I was screaming for Lily and Jack at the top of my lungs. And I think Mom thought that the kids might have been out in the yard and I was yelling at them to come back inside.
Mm-hmm.
Because she was sleeping, as she said she was napping.
Mm-hmm.
So when I came back down behind Mom's, I came right into the house to go and grab the keys. If Lily and Jack were in Mom's RV or around the RV, I would have heard them, right?
No, you wouldn't.
Because I could hear the dog barking when I was coming down the hill. Because Tucker...
He could hear the dog barking as he was coming down the hill.
Usually barks when the kids are out in the yard or I'm out in the yard. And when I came down to the trailer, went into the house and grabbed the keys. I came out through the front door. That's how I know the kids didn't come out through the front door because the wrench was still jammed in the porch door on the outside.
Again, right here, he says that it was jammed from the outside. It was jammed from the outside. Okay. Yes. Tucka, the oyster shucka. That's right. Thank you so much, Karen, for the gifts. Appreciate you, my love. Thank you so much for your support. Okay. Just listen, because he's getting ready to train wreck it. Okay.
So I went and I proceeded to go to the car, and that must have been, I can't speak for Mom, but that must have been when Mom came outside and talked to Malaya, right?
Oh. Ooh, that's bad, Daniel. That's bad. How could that have been that's whenever your mom came out to speak to Malaya right there? Because your mom says she hears you screaming. She doesn't think anything of it. A few minutes later, she comes and she walks outside. She walks outside, says, "Hey, Malaya, what's up?" Malaya says, "The kids are missing." Janie says, "How long?" Malaya says, 20 minutes. So then Janie says she goes inside, gets on her clothes, and then runs straight up the hill, and then comes and searches the back part of the property. That's when she says she runs into Daniel. That's when she says she runs into Daniel. Daniel, have you found the kids? No. Do you want to go with me? No, I'm going to look around this area. And then the next thing you know, it's 10:19. Janie's already back at the house. At 10:19, standing beside Malaya. She's had to go even inside of her trailer to get her phone because she didn't take her phone whenever she went searching. And she's standing beside Malaya at 10:19. So you tell me, Daniel, how you have already searched the yard, went up the hill, told Malaya to told Malaya to call 911, go up the hill, come back down the hill, and go around there, the back area, and search. And how did you run into your mom at that time if you are running back down the hill and that's when your mom comes back out? That's what I'm saying, Mohawk. 10:19, the call with mom. No possible chance. This is why this entire morning is made up. It's one of the very few cases I have covered. Most lies in true crime, there's at least an element to truth. I call it the anchor. Yes, I'll tell you what I believe is an anchor in Daniel's. Daniel, he says he went down Lansdowne Road, he turned around, came back, went out toward Larrig. That's an anchor. However, the lie part of it is what time he did it. He did it, in my opinion, after midnight to 5 a.m. That's an anchor. There is an element of truth into it, but it's just not the complete truth or the complete time or the complete story. There's an anchor there. This morning that they're talking about, there is no element. There is no element of truth in it. Zilch. And it's one of the few cases I've ever covered that there is not an anchor that morning. They're not saying shit that is truthful that morning at all. Why did Malaya use Daniel's phone? Well, that's a good question because we were talking about that earlier, Sandwich. Daniel said, well, I mean, it used to be because Malaya's phone was dead. Daniel says in this interview, Malaya's phone wasn't dead.
Wrench was still jammed in the porch door on the outside. So I went, and then when Mom came outside and
Listen to that.
talked to Malaya, right? And as I said, I went in the car, I did Lansdowne Road, went down around Lansdowne Station Road, where Bradley lives, came out the McLeod Road, and then came down Gairloch Road back to the house. No, well, I shouldn't say that. I went up in behind where up behind the house, you'll see, if you look on the map, there's a little dirt road. And I went up there.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
And that's where it comes from, where I met Mom up there.
Yeah. But Daniel, in your story that you just said, there was no meeting your mom. 1 second. In his story that he just said a moment ago, there was no Janie until he came back down the hill to get ready to go inside the house when he was getting his keys to leave. But that can't be possible because Janie said she goes outside, Malaya standing out there. Daniel is, going up the hill, and then he goes out behind the house, and after she speaks to Malaya, she gets her clothes on, she goes out there, and that's where she sees Daniel. Right? But Daniel says he doesn't see Malaya or doesn't see Janie until he's pulling out at the very end. Well, Daniel said, well, that's where Malaya must have, that's where Malaya and Mom must have spoken when he was coming back. There's no way. There's absolutely no way.
And I asked Mom, are you getting in the car with me?
Joyous.
And she said, no, I'm going to continue to search this area. The kids wouldn't get far, right? Because at that time, me and Mom were both under the belief of,
I'm going to search this area. The kids couldn't be far. You're exactly right. The kids couldn't have went far in 20 minutes. And that's how long they've been missing. That's how long total that you haven't had eyes on them. The whole 20 minutes is them being inside, getting their clothes on, also outside playing on the swing, allegedly, and then getting out of the property and walking or whatever. Didn't happen. Couldn't have happened.
The children wandered into the woods. That was the only thing that seemed plausible to us. And people will never understand the stress level that runs through your mind. I mean, the stress level that your mind has to endure at a time of crisis. Most people will never be in the position that I was in at that time, that my mother was in at that time, or Malaya was in at that time. That's almost fabulous. I mean, almost unfathomable to most people that just don't understand that. It's such a hard concept to grasp, being in such a tragic moment and trying to think. So after that, I came back down to the house.
Listen.
Maybe in Charmaine's, I might have left the part out where I drove up behind and I talked to Mom. And she was
You're catching yourself, aren't you, little shit?
still searching that area. I came back down to the house. I don't know if that was in the part with Charmaine's, but I had to clarify that and add that to the conversation, because I don't think I totally might have skipped over that aspect of that original
script
part when I was in the car, where I was up back. All I did was just drive up back a little ways and did a U-turn and then come right back down. But on that way, I talked to Mom because she was at the top of the hill.
Oh, yeah, but that couldn't have happened because you were coming back down the hill, and that's when you said your mom was coming out in this story. That's when your mom was coming out saying when she first saw Malaya. It couldn't have happened.
Now,
And the police weren't there at that time, because when I got all the way back down to the house, the RCMP were just starting to come into the yard, and I didn't want to block them in, so I parked right next to it in the marsh. There's the little parking spot right next to the house in the marsh there.
right.
And so that's when the RCMP started to show up, and they were walking down and talking to Malaya. I parked over there, and I was going to go back into the woods and continue searching, because I wanted to maximize the amount of time that I was searching to see.
But Daniel, in the RCMP documents, you say you searched for FOR, not FOUR, FOR hours. You searched for hours.
See if the kids were actually found, because I already did the roads, so I know that they didn't take the roads, because children always take the path of least resistance. And the path of least
I've said this, and of course Daniel says he doesn't watch YouTube, but he's watching right now, aren't you, Danny? Right. Thank you for listening, Daniel. Children follow the path of least resistance. They don't walk up a mountain for fun. That's not the way children work. It's not a fun thing for them. They walk where they're most comfortable, where the path of least resistance is going to be. That's why if there's a hilly area or whatever, children are usually found near a creek or someplace that's more level than on top of a mountain.
resistance for children is roads and
Right.
walkways or sidewalks or anything of that nature.
Absolutely.
So that I was always under the impression of that. And at the time, that was the only thing that seemed feasible to me. If they wandered away from the house, they would have just taken the roads. That's why I stopped at the culverts and in the small streams and stuff and see if they were there playing in the water. When I got back to the house, it really set in that I didn't see the children on the way, so they wouldn't have walked the roads.
Did Malaya's actions
They didn't have time to walk the roads. Their little legs couldn't have walked that
represent
quick.
that of somebody petrified that her children are missing? Like, did you?
Her emotions were not congruent with the situation. No.
Right. And so, just to ask, obviously about
I believe both your emotions didn't fit the situation.
that. Charmaine says, I know this is sidetracking for a sec. Are you able to clarify when you were brought in for another interview last week, and if it was about Jack and Lilly or something else?
There was an RCMP car spotted at the end of the driveway. That had nothing to do with Jack and Lilly. That was
Hold on. What?
In for another interview last week, and if it was about Jack and Lilly or something else.
There was an RCMP car spotted at the end of the driveway. That was
Monday. It was Monday. The RCMP, Daniel, talked to you Friday. They talked to you Friday, and there was an RCMP vehicle at your house Monday.
That had nothing to do with Jack and Lilly. That was a police report done on a separate issue of stalking.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry? A separate issue of stalking? A separate issue of stalking? Could you elaborate a little bit on that? What does he mean by that? Stalking. Stalking. Stalking.
That had nothing to do with Jack and Lilly. That was a police report done on a separate issue of stalking.
Mm. Not that you ever stalked Malaya, right, Daniel? Not that you would ever stalk Malaya. Mm.
Okay. Yeah, and well, only because this is, I don't know why it's going in. Did the police? Why can't I think of your uncle's name that I know all
He
the time?
absolutely does, Brandy.
What's your uncle's name again that lives beside your dad?
Ron.
Ron. Why can't I think of these names? Anyways, I guess the 2.5 months has done me in a little bit that way. Did the police? Because we heard that the police were up there. Well, actually, I want to ask you two.
I know. I know that the RCMP has a lot on Daniel because I have audio of Daniel actually saying that he has kept track of Malaya and that he had certain people speak to Malaya so he could get information. He, in my opinion, stalked Malaya. I have that 1,000,000,000%, Daniel. You have ran your mouth to the nth degree, and I think that's going to come back.
Two things quickly. The police, did they search Uncle Ron's property?
They did every single property, and they searched every single property up to 8 kilometers out. That was in a RCMP statement.
Could be. You never know, Magdalena. So stalking charges added to SA forcible confinement? Maybe.
And when they did the cadaver dogs, I believe.
You got to remember that bingo, you took the words out of my mouth, Magdalena. Could be why it's postponed again until July. Or that he's breaking the agreement of potentially speaking on said victim.
Even a statement, it was 40 kilometers. I don't know if it said 40 kilometers squared or 40 kilometers searched in general.
When the police were at the sawmill, was that anything to do with Jack and Lily's case?
No.
Nothing. Okay.
No.
Just because I remember that when that came out.
Mm-hmm.
People keep asking.
Yeah. The police were at the sawmill. Nothing to do with you, right, Daniel?
Yes, and I guess I'll ask because they want to know what happened to the wet clothes considering you were running through the water.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what happened? So you got wet. Did you come home and change?
No, I didn't change. No,
because people
not
keep
that
saying,
not that I had splash pants on. They were black splash pants, so they dried extremely quickly, and I never stopped running. So it was when I would go through the water.
Hold on. What? Let's listen to this.
Did you come home and change?
No, I didn't change. No,
didn't change.
Not that I had splash pants on. They were black splash pants, so they dried.
Oh, you remember the pants? How do you remember the pants, Daniel? How do you remember those pants? He remembers what he waded in the water with. Let's listen to this.
Dried extremely quickly, and I never stopped running.
Yeah, I mean, damn, those dried really quickly in the cold Nova Scotia weather, right, Daniel? When you had a fire in your trailer with the fireplace, those dried in 20 minutes, Daniel. Damn, Gina, get out of here.
So it was when I would go through the water, I tried to avoid going through the water as much as possible, but due to the size of the width of the streams, I had to go through it either way.
Oh. Boy, that's interesting. He tried to avoid to go into the water as much as possible, but due to the width of the streams, he had to go through it either way. How did he do all of this in 20 minutes?
A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
That's because he's super Martell. He is super Martell.
I tried to look for any obstacles that I could use to my advantage to cross logs, sticks.
You got a log,
logs, branches, rocks, anything of that nature that I could use to propel my movement forward over the river systems or waterways in general. And so many times I had to walk through, and those were actually right beside the house. The streams that's actually right in behind Bradley's property.
Oh, okay.
Because there is some sections on that are deeper, especially being spring. I know during the summertime they go bone dry almost, but during the spring,
That's interesting. He's talking about behind Bradley's home, which is really close to where they found that little red star. Yeah, propel his movement. Really good grief. Yeah. Yeah, he's a little bit of a drama queen.
Because of snow runoff and water runoff. And
honey, your snow ran off in 1982. I don't know what you're talking about.
The amount of precipitation that comes down in Nova Scotia. I have to use that perspective because not everybody lives in Nova Scotia, so they don't know
That's profound. Not everybody lives in Nova Scotia. Didn't know. Thank you.
The climate or the weather systems, right? We get a fair amount of rain, and we do get a fair amount of snow as well.
I was going to say, we don't suffer from that down here.
No.
Like, honestly, it's been about 2 years since I've seen a couple times of snowfall. And maybe this year there was like a few, like at about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, I looked out and I was like, is that a little bit of snow coming down? And then that's about as much as I've saw. So I've lived in Alberta half my life. So trust me, I do not miss that snow. You guys can keep that shit all you want. Tint's in the house. Hey, let me ask you, what do you feel about Tint? Like Tint.
That guy is a fucking slippery weasel.
Oh, so you don't like him?
No.
Okay.
Remember, I used to call Daniel a weasel, slippery little weasel. Boy, now he's saying that about Tint. You couldn't shine Tint's shoes, Daniel. So Tint has actually done more than you. Period. You couldn't shine his shoes. Karen, thank you so much for the laughing disco. Appreciate you very much, my dear. Thank you for that. I'm going to play a couple more minutes of this. Okay, I think that's it. Okay. Yeah, you couldn't shine his shoes. And listen to what he says. He's like, Tint wants. Yeah, I know, Brandy. It's a little unfortunate, in my opinion, but still, he's going to talk about how Tint is all about getting the reward money. Listen, Mother Chicken, that's what it's for. If somebody finds Jack and Lilly, you should be glad that Jack and Lily are found, not worrying about someone getting the reward money. That's precisely what it's for.
Now, is it because of him recording Wade, or have you talked to him before?
Well, I should send you the messages he sent me.
On there.
Yeah, maybe I will do that.
Well,
he said, if these are false confessions, I can try to entrap the alleged victim and try to get a confession out of her for you secretly.
Oh,
that's a crime.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I have no clue actually what you guys.
Yeah, he's a slippery weasel.
Now I'm gonna tell you, I know that like Tint, me and him, besides the other day, I hadn't spoken to him to a couple months, but I will say this, Daniel.
Listen, I don't like Cindy or Wade for many reasons.
Yeah.
And what he did to them,
they don't like
that was a very disgusting act. People don't realize that Wade.
Why? Because Wade said shit about you and exposed you. Is that why, Daniel?
Opened up, but a lot of the stuff he made were very false claims. But he suckered him into that conversation and illegally filmed him without his permission. That right there is, a breach of.
You don't have to have anyone's permission.
Not
like that. If you're outside, you don't have to have their permission. It's not the way it works, Daniel.
Just
a lot of people thinks it is, but it's not.
The law or a criminal act, but that's also a breach.
Now, if he was filming inside their home, that's a different story. Inside of their home,
of someone's privacy.
Well, I was gonna say, like, for me, like I said, it's not me doing it, so I don't like for myself. But I will say this: what I do like out of anything is about people that are trying to find answers for Jack and Lily, even if necessarily maybe it wasn't the right way to go about it. But
he's after the money, Sonny.
So
it's so amazing. Daniel's worried about the money. Listen, if Tint finds Jack and Lily, get that money. Get it. You deserve it. Who cares? Who the hell cares? The only thing you should care about is Jack and Lily. Because if your kids are missing, you would give the world no amount of money would matter.
Oh, see, I don't think that with Tint.
No, he is. Yeah. Investigators even said that. Investigators warned me, do not talk to him. He's after the money.
I was going to say, though, Daniel, with it all, though, what I like is that, like, let's, like, and this says the same thing with
Sonny, you should never like when people invade other people's privacy for their own personal gains.
For the fact of Jack and Lily, what I liked, though, Daniel, was the fact.
But you should never invade people's personal.
Well,
those are constructs. Those are constructs put in.
You know what you should never do as well, Daniel? You should never SA and confine someone. Pot, meat, kettle, exactly.
And that everybody should abide by, and not break any acts, criminal acts, or break any privacy.
Right.
Concerns that people may have.
Except you're allegedly being charged with breaking the ultimate privacy.
Because that leaves the door open to many other things that people shouldn't do.
I get what you're saying, Daniel. I do absolutely. I've lived my life around, pretty strict.
Love you, PGH. Good to see you, baby. Love you. Me too, girl. Thank you. Thank you so much for your support, my dear. Appreciate you very, very much. I'm going to play a couple more minutes. I'm at 5 hours and 3 minutes, and I can't feel my legs.
straight lace that way, never a charge in my life, you know, and too, right? Like, but for Tint's own principles and how he has done things and whatever, I mean, obviously that's on him or anybody else.
Yeah,
What
we
I
can talk. We can talk about
like,
when my father confronted him as well.
oh, I remember. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Tint was seen coming out of the woods on a private property where kids are. And my dad confronted it. My dad confronted him about it.
That's when Earl was like, he was shaking, getting up in front of Tint's face. Again, I don't care. I'm glad Tint was out there searching.
And he said he was searching for Lily and Jack. And why would you be on a property where it was a private property and there's children that live at that residence?
What did he slip on?
Yeah, that was right at the
What did he slip on? Let it be known.
very, very start.
He was already charged with something to do with an underage girl, but he
Thank you.
didn't get,
thank you, baby.
you know, wasn't convicted of those crimes.
Yeah.
But still, to be on a property where there's children that inhabit that residence, I'm not going to say the residence, but that was very shameful for, you know, people don't know the true story on him and my father. So that leaves, you know, I hate using this reference. It leaves a sour taste in people's mouths when, you know, people don't know the true story or anything that happened during those events. You only see the clips or the edited or the hearsay or the small parts of what actually happened during those events.
What I was going to say.
What events? Hold on.
Or the true story or anything that happened. So that leaves, you know, I hate using this reference. It leaves a sour taste in people's mouths when, you know, people don't know the true story or anything that happened during those events. You only see the clips or the edited or the hearsay or the small parts of what actually.
Well, then if you know, say it, Daniel.
Actually happened during those events.
What I was going to say, I mean, I think that goes along with a lot of this case, to be honest. But
yeah,
I still want to go back to what I was going to say, which was
sure, of course,
is just simply for the fact of, although it might not have been done a way that some people don't appreciate, and they're you know, recording someone without their knowledge and, you know, stuff like that.
Listen to this.
But it's when people are speaking freely because they don't think that they're being recorded. It's kind of like when Darren was speaking to me, I was recording him because there was no fucking way in hell that I was ever going to remember everything that man was going to say. So the reason why I actually recorded him was just so that I could go back and re-listen to it again, because there ain't no way I'm going to remember.
But Sonny, that's done on a level where he should have expected that, because it was.
You see, this is what's interesting. He's so upset about Tint talking to I can't think of his name right now. Sorry, my brain's fried, guys, after 5 hours. Malaya's stepdad, that he's more worried about how Tint did it than he was from the information that we got from it. Wade, thank y'all. He's more worried about that because Wade clearly doesn't like Daniel, and Wade told some really hard truths about Daniel. You know what I mean? And that's what he's worried about there. Oh, thank you, Miss Joyous. Thank you, honey. You're very kind. I appreciate you. Thank you. It's always like, no, it's weekly one is silent. I'll do it. Oh my gosh. I don't even drink, Miss Joyous, and I need a drink. I haven't had a drink of alcohol in probably 5 years, and I could use a drink after this. I don't know how Sonny did a 10-hour live with this mofo. I mean, that's a trooper. That's a and like Daphne and I, like we were taking notes, just constantly taking notes last night with each other with this, and she's asleep because she goes to bed earlier than I do, and I'm breaking her phone all night long, texting her stuff. It was a mess, but we got it. Thank you so much, honey. I appreciate you. Good to see you. Thank you, Miss Joyous. You're very kind to me. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Miss Dolores. Appreciate you, Mama. As well. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much, my dear. I appreciate you. I'm going to finish this little bit right here.
It was done digitally.
Yeah. Well,
a level where he should have expected that because it was done digitally.
Yeah. Well, I mean, true enough. True enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I get the pretense of a horse trailer and all that. And I'm not going to sit there and say that that was the right thing to do.
I think it was absolutely fucking brilliant what Tint did. And I say chef's kiss is what I say.
But out of it all, it was just kind of like to listen to someone that doesn't realize they're being recorded and then they're speaking like just freely because that's how they think that it is going. They think that it was being spoken freely and that not realizing it was being recorded, you know. And so again, the bottom line is for me, people will do things that maybe cross somebody's lines, and they do, for sure. At the end of the day, honestly, it boils down to me for, even though you might not agree, or even I might not agree with how Satan did that, but I do appreciate the information that came out of it.
But Sonny, in conclusion, nothing ever came for that. So he invaded Cindy and Wade's privacy for absolutely no gain other than his own.
Daniel, you have no idea if anything ever came of that or not. You have no idea. And I got a lot out of that. We got a lot out of Tint's interview. Well, not interview, Tint's recording. We got a lot about Easter and all kinds of stuff about how you, and again, it's not just Wade who says you treated people like crap. There is a lot of people out there that say you treated Malaya and especially Jack and Lilly like crap.
It gave us his thoughts about what he was thinking, you know, about, you know, like believing, like for him, it told us basically what he was thinking.
Oh,
obviously,
I know, and
he
love
made
it.
comments
Love
towards
it.
you guys should all be locked
Love
up,
it.
that the kids are buried about 20 miles away and stuff like that. You know, whether that's true or not true, it really, like, from that side of the family, right? It's like there's nothing. There was nothing coming out. There was a little bit from Haley and a little bit from Cheryl for a friend, but there was nothing coming out from.
Cheryl is Malaya's gatekeeper now. She's Malaya's little Chihuahua bulldog.
Malaya, or anything. And yeah, you know, like, so you leave, and the first thing you think to do is turn off your Facebook and take down Daniel's pictures. Why? Like,
and I agree with Sonny right there. That's not normal to sit there and private your Facebook, take down your pictures and say you're single. That's not normal for a mother who doesn't know where her children is at all. Guys, thank you all so much for joining me. Really do appreciate you all. You guys are amazing. Amazing. He's very delusional, very delusional. Um, how far do we get? We got to 4 hours exactly. 4 hours exactly. So we are almost halfway through. And you heard it here. It gets far worse. Daniel goes and gets water, goes to the bathroom again. And when he comes back, that's when I really started lighting up. In the next one we'll do. The other part, it's it's bad. Bad. Thank you, mods, for being here. You guys are very special. I appreciate you, members and chat. Thank you all so much. I really can't do it without you. Your support and just being here means so very much to me. Happy Mother's Day to all of you mothers. You guys are so special. You make the world possible. Just giving life to us on this planet is such a special gift. And I hope you know how special you are. Take good care of yourselves. You guys are absolutely amazing. I love you all and appreciate you. And I will see you guys, Lord willing, tomorrow. Good night, everyone.